silent or in the off position, so we would have a little bit of quiet in that regard. We'd appreciate it. And we'll get this meeting started. If Mr. Wheeler, you ready to roll?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the August 8th, 2024 meeting of the Conyers Rockdale Planning Commission. We'll call this to order, and we started with an invocation. If everybody bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we gather for this meeting. We ask for your presence to be among us, to lead our thoughts, words, and actions. Grant us clarity and understanding so that we may make decisions that honor you and benefit all those involved. In your holy name we pray, amen. Amen. All righty, and if we'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, we'll do the determination of a quorum, and as I call it, commission member, as I call your name, just say here. Tamika White. Here. Second, I'm chairman here. Al Ford. Here. Ernestine. Here. Gooseby. Phyllis Hatcher. Here. And Angela Ingram.
Here.
I'll take this opportunity to welcome our two new members, Angela and Phyllis. So we'll proceed as we go forward with the approval of the agenda. I'll seek a motion to approve the agenda. We have some changes we want to make, so let me make note of that first. The agenda starts out with R1 and through R5, and we're going to flip and put R5 first, since there's so many people here tonight that, or the majority of you, want to speak on that project. So R5 will be the first one that we delve into. And so with that change, also, I guess we have got, well, that's not the agenda part. I'll seek a motion to approve the agenda with the movement of R5 to the front. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the agenda and it's moving forward to R5.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those negative. All right, and we have been provided with the minutes of the July 11th meeting. I'll seek a motion to approve the minutes as they were presented to us.
Mr. Chair, I think we have a change on page 3.
On page 3 of the minutes,
Yes.
and what is that
The
change?
applicant, I don't think that's Jim, John, Andrew, Nix, according to the minutes. It looks like that is Tiffany Hogan, D.R. Horton Incorporated, Atlanta East.
Yeah, Mr. Nix was the attorney for them, I think, for another project. So yes, we'll make that change for the applicant to show for, which item was it?
It's item R2.
R2?
Yes.
Okay. Interim Director Wheel, if you'll make that change on the minutes for the permanent record. I'll seek a motion now to approve the minutes from July 11th with the changes made to the applicant on page 3. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the minutes with the noted change.
A second.
I think we have the first and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those against. All righty. Moving down the road. If we go through now the rules and procedures for the public hearings.
Each speaker must sign their name to the appropriate zoning case sheet and fill out a public comment card to register their intent to speak prior to the start of this meeting. Each item of business shall be handled in the order that it appears on the agenda unless upon motion of the Planning Commission the order is changed. A member of the city or county planning staff will present each item to the Conyers-Rockdale Planning Commission and will further provide a recommendation upon each item of business. The zoning applicant or the agent will state their name and address at the podium and will have 10 minutes in which to make his or her presentation. Any portion of their 10 minutes may be reserved for rebuttal following the opposition to the application. After the applicant's presentation, all registered speakers who wish to speak in favor of the application will then be heard. Prior to speaking upon the item, each registered speaker will state their name and address at the podium. They will also be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the applicant has made his or her presentation and the speakers in favor of the application have been heard, the secretary will then call upon the registered speakers in opposition to the application. The opposition shall likewise be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the public hearing portion is closed, no other speakers will be heard. As a reminder, speakers are to address the Planning Commission, not the applicant or the audience, and are expected to conduct themselves in an appropriate manner. The use of abusive or profane language shall not be allowed. No debate or argument between speakers shall be permitted. After all public comments have been heard, the Planning Commission may elect to hold general discussion. The Planning Commission will vote upon a recommendation that will continue forward to the City of Conyers City Council or the Rockdale County Board of Commissioners public hearing.
In reference to the 10 minutes that she spoke of in that presentation, since there are so many people here that wish to speak, in some fairness to the quantity of people, we were going to extend that 10 minutes to, how many cards have we had turned in, Chris? 13. 13 cards. Do you think 15 minutes would be sufficient to get everybody in?
I would say 20 just.
Okay. We will move that to a combination of 20 minutes. Now, is Mr. Eugene West here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. West, you will also get a total of 20 minutes to make any of your presentation or rebuttal. So, with that being said, item 6 on our agenda tonight is a farewell to some of our past members and words of appreciation. I'll let you take care of that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. One thing that I wanted to kind of start doing and showing appreciation for members who volunteer to serve on the Planning Commission, because you guys are not paid, but you are members of the community. You take time out of your busy schedules to come out here and to listen to these zoning cases, to give your recommendations, to listen with an open ear and to listen to the facts. And oftentimes, sometimes we don't show appreciation for that. And so one of the things I want to do is to start showing appreciation for those members who take the time out and to listen to our zoning cases and listen to talk to staff and just so really what I'm trying to say is I just want to say thank you. It's not said often enough to you individuals because you live here. You take the time to listen, to hear the facts. Again, it is hard to keep your emotions in check, especially when it comes to an application. You have to look at it in a very critical manner and a very fact-finding manner. And so oftentimes that gets overlooked with the work that you do. So for myself and from all staff, we want to thank you for the work that you do. As well as want to take the time to thank one of our longest serving members, Dr. Weinstein, who has decided not to come back, but to move on to, I want to say greener pastures, but decided just not to put up with me anymore. So I like to say that we have a little letter to say, thank you for all the work that you do, Dr. Weinstein, as well as the plaque, and then just a small gift card from us. So if we could give a round of applause to Dr. Weinstein.
Would you like to address us?
They just
Nothing. You were so long-winded before. Well, he gets paid by the hour for his real job, so.
The other member that we would like to celebrate is Ms. Lambert. I don't think she's here tonight, but I still want to put on the record that we thank Ms. Lambert for her contributions to the city of Conyers and to the county of Rockdale County. Again, we are most appreciated for the work that you guys do. It takes a lot to stand up in here in front of a room full of your peers to listen and to vote for things that they may not like, to vote for things that you personally disagree with it, but you are looking at it from a nonpartisan way. So again, just want to say thank you. Did you want anything to say, Chair?
Well, it's also a thank you to Steve and to Leslie. And who was the third one that slipped out on us?
Dr. Bowie.
Yes, right. And Dr. Bowie. The Planning Commission, this is my second go-round on it. When I lived out in the county, I served for 8 years, ending up as chair like I have become now, having taken over the realm from Dr. Weinstein. So I'm in my 5th year. So this makes 13 for me. I think you had, what, 17? 20. Didn't want to cut you short there. But it is an honor to be able to serve on this commission and to make these kind of recommendations that we do. So wish you well in your future ventures. All right. Item 7 is that I was voted in as chair a couple of months ago when Dr. Steve was going on vacation, and so we are short of a vice chair. And at this moment, I would like to open up the floor to recommendations to nominate a member for vice chair.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Ms. Tamika White.
Ms. Tamika White, do I hear a second?
I
I second.
All righty, we've got a first and a second. All those in favor of her serving as our vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Welcome aboard. Next month you get to slide down here, and Miss Phyllis will have to move down. That week we can. All right.
Communicate well.
Any old business from the city? They're not here tonight, and I don't know of any from the county. No old business. New business, none for the city. And that brings us around to the first item where we have moved R5 over to be heard tonight. And that is the SUP 2024-03 for the purpose of allowing a special use permit for a recreational vehicle RV park and campground at 3260 Southwest East Fairview Road, parcel number 008-001-0021, 40 acres. The applicant is Eugene West and the owner is Francis Parker. Director Wheeler.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Before I get started, can we make sure everybody's speaking clearly into the mic? PR wants to make sure that everybody can hear us clearly on the broadcast. As you said, Chair, the first item on the agenda is SUP 2024-03. Applicant is Mr. Eugene West. He has an application before you this evening for a special use permit to allow for the operation of a recreational park and campground. This property is located at 3260 Southwest East Fairview Road. Total acres is 40 acres. Before you is the aerial location map. As you can see, the applicant, the subject property has frontage along East Fairview Road. There's no other points of access onto the road or any other frontage. Again, as you can clearly see, this site is zoned agricultural. The surrounding property around it is zoned agricultural AR or R1. The future land use map is low density agricultural residential use. The project summary. The applicant is looking to create like a RV park / campground. The applicant is proposing a park-like campground with 20 to 30 feet of natural vegetation between each campsite. The applicant indicated that there would be 5 RV parks per acre. So we're probably looking around a total of 200 RV spots available. The applicant intends on using sustainable.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, nothing from the audience during the presentation. I would appreciate it.
The applicant intends on using sustainable material to incorporate permeable surfaces into construction of paved areas. The applicant is also intends to design the campsite with amenities to include a playground, dog park, walking trails, a game room, barbecue, picnic tables, meeting pavilion, camp store, swimming pool, laundry room, and a sporting field. There is a proposed 50-foot landscape buffer located to the north of the subject property. With all our applications, staff has submitted these applications for review from other departments, as well as getting their technical opinion. There were any major comments from any of the plan review comments, so therefore staff does recommend approval with, I believe it is 10 conditions. I apologize. An applicant is here as well too. I just want to kind of point out, now you may not have all of those conditions in your packet. We did send those out late this evening to add some additional conditions. I can read those off to you for the record for those who are at home.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Number one, the proposed development must comply with all Rockdale County land disturbance requirements, tree protection replacements required per Rockdale County tree ordinance. The site is restricted, the site is in related activities must adhere to the standard of use and development per section 218-13 HHH. Number three, no guest may permanently or occupy any campsite, nor guest with any permanent structure or objects on their site. No RV shall be placed on blocks. All RVs shall maintain in an operable condition and shall be able to remove at any time. No mail will be received from any guest. Guests will not use the park address for any purposes. No guest may occupy a campsite for more than 30 days. Number four, upon completion of the park construction in the first 24 months of operation, the county shall conduct a compliance review of all requirements in the special use permit. The permit shall be renewed if no violations are substantiated. The county shall provide the owner 30 days to correct any violation of this permit as written to secure permit renewal. Number five, the perimeter of the site shall include a 50-foot wide landscape buffer that shall be continuous except for penetration necessary to allow existing buildings, driveways, and or utilities lines that are placed perpendicular to the property. Number six, all outdoor activities shall take place at least 100 feet from any property line. Outdoor recreation activities shall cease before 8 p.m. Nor outdoor storage shall be allowed, and that's number 7. Number 8, no outdoor public address system shall be allowed. Number 9, lighting shall be contained in the cutoff type luminaries and shall be directed to any end towards the properties as not to shine directly into the adjacent properties or right of way. And 10, prior to the start of the operation, the applicant should obtain any necessary permits to bring existing buildings and property up to code for the intended occupancy. And the applicant is here to answer any questions. As I do ask you to hold your questions because where questions you may have been answered by the presenter at that time.
Wilmington, Delaware, 19804. Thank you for this opportunity. Once it comes up here, I'll cycle through the little slides that I do have. And I did provide a copy for each of you to follow along there. My vision here is basically in a nutshell to provide a very upscale premium experience focused primarily on military veterans and their families. As a military veteran myself, I know how important it is to have a safe, secluded, and private place that families can relax, not worry about their children, and enjoy the facilities, the amenities, and outdoor in nature. So my goal is to create an environment that's very peaceful, very relaxing, that would far surpass any type of other campground or facility or RV park of that nature. Obviously, I'm going to, as a veteran, provide military discounts and discounts to the community and run specials, that sort of thing. The overview on the next slide there, basically to provide some full hookup campsites tucked away off of a main road, rural area, not looking to be a big commercial enterprise. Provide the amenities there with the playground, swimming pool, dog park, things that campers can enjoy. And the goal is basically to provide more of a backcountry, forest type feel of atmosphere, not something that's going to come across like a resort or a big commercialized operation. The project would be conducted basically as naturally as possible, not using like paved roads, concrete surfaces, but trying to keep everything very natural, very much like a state forest. If you've ever been camping in a state forest, it's very well maintained, very naturally vegetated, not overly commercialized. Those are the sorts of things that I have in the vision. More like a rustic getaway. That's how I would like to describe it. On the amenities page for the next one, I've just got a brief rundown. The only thing I forgot to add on here is a pickleball court. I hear that's pretty popular these days. But you know, a little camp store, maybe a little arcade room for the children, swimming pool. I grew up camping with my family, and that was always a wonderful thing that we got to do. You know, take the pets around and that sort of thing. Some sports areas, maybe put in a basketball court, things that children can enjoy. Very much a family atmosphere, an environment for this park. In addition, I'll be planting between 400 and 600 additional trees. So the property would actually be more well landscaped and have more additional green space and more trees than it currently does. On the next page, I've just got a couple of highlighted notes. What would set this project apart from any other, you know, type of experience? Number one, veteran focused. I really want to provide this for military veterans, not only in Rockdale County and Georgia, but nationwide. Families, you know, we've been at war for 20 years. I served with men that their children also went to war. And there doesn't exist a privately owned and operated park or a campground that is focused on giving back to veterans, to providing them and their families a safe and peaceful, relaxing, secluded place where they can just unwind, relax, spend quality time with their families, make memories. So that's my number one goal. And the 4 emphases that I want to have on that property is quality. I want to maintain the highest standard of quality, privacy. You know, veterans, we value our privacy. We like the seclusion, affordability with the military and the veteran discounts, and relaxation, providing a quiet, peaceful, relaxing atmosphere. Each campsite would be honored and named after a fallen soldier with a plaque, you know, preserving their memory, and that would be something that their families, you know, could come and visit and you know, carry on their memory. And I've also reached out and partnered with Wounded Warrior Project and Tunnels to Towers, looking to provide free campsites for wounded veterans that would be wheelchair friendly, that they could come and visit at no charge, and Gold Star families that have lost loved ones as well. Number 2, on the second page, what makes this so special is that I would be living right there. I would be living right there with my family. I got 5 children. My last was born on Friday. So I popped down as quick as I could for this. This is not a big commercial enterprise. This is not something from some out-of-state developer. You know, I would be a resident of the county. I would be a neighbor in the community. I would live in the home that would be in the center, you know, managing everything, operating everything, keeping everything, you know, to the highest quality standard. It wouldn't be someone that is unreachable, out of state, that sort of thing. My goal would be to provide an experience where anyone in the community would have my cell number and call me and say, hey, Bruce, you have such a nice operation here. I've got relatives coming in for a family reunion. Do you have any sites? You know, that's my goal, is to provide such a premium quality that everyone would want to stay here, and it would be just such a peaceful and relaxing place to enjoy. And the goal is there just for, you know, anyone that would need that opportunity. Like I said, it's not a commercial project. If I wanted to build a commercial project, I'd go out on the interstate and I'd easily put 600 sites on a site like this. And that's what the commercial developers do. They're only about the money. They're not about giving back to the community or supporting, you know, their neighbors and friends. And that's what I want to do, is provide a real benefit to veterans and the community, that people would want to come because of the high quality of what I have to offer. You know, as an on-site owner, I'm living in the center with my family. People get the misconception that, well, you know, this is a mobile home park or this is a trailer park or something. Absolutely not. You know, I'm not going to let those kind of people come in. I would be vetting each guest individually. No mobile homes would be allowed at all. It would definitely not be any type of permanent residency. There's no cabins. It's not designed for a perpetual, living. As a matter of fact, I worked with the county today to add a requirement on the stipulation that says no permanent residency is allowed. That's not my goal. And if I, develop that piece of property, that would be a requirement for me to get the special use permit. The rules would be strictly enforced. It's not like anyone can get away with anything if I'm right there. And the benefit to being on site is I can have people towed immediately for any violation of the rules. So I would be personally vetting the guest, strictly maintaining operational control, and I would have my own park policies and rules and procedures that could be implemented there. And like I said, no permanent guests, and I would have very strict language in the park rules and policies for that. I would control all of the reservations and bookings and reserve the right to refuse service to anybody that I felt was not going to be a good fit for my family. Number 3, what makes Peaceful Acres set apart differently, and that's going to be the extreme low density and the spacious design. I gave a breakdown there of some of the local other RV parks and campgrounds, and you're typically looking between 15 to 19 campsites per acre. And they're even adding on right now and trying to squeeze more into these places, and that is absolutely not the camping experience that I want for my family. Some of these places you go to, when the trailers put their slide outs, you could probably stand between them and touch both sides. I mean, it's like a parking lot there. This would be designed in accordance with the National Park Service recommendations and then exceeding those design standards by 20 to 30%. You can see on there with one of the sample campsites, most parks, again, they're about profit. They're about squeezing in as many places as they can. And if they could fit 2 more campsites in there, they sure would. But that's not my goal. My goal is to give back to veterans, to provide a sustainable place for them. So I have wider roads, wider campsites, 20 to 30 feet between campsites. And you can see in the model up there, fully vegetated, planting the trees, the shrubs for that additional privacy. Number 4, the park would be fully professionally landscaped and maintained and privacy buffered. One of the requirements is to have that 50-foot buffer. So around all boundaries of the park would be a double row of privacy trees. You can see what the view from Fairview Road would be like. My goal is that no one would even know it's there. It would be not visible and completely screened in with a double row of trees, professionally landscaped, professionally maintained. As far as contributing to the environment, like I said, planting between 400 to 600 additional trees throughout the park. I want a very forested type feel, the additional green space, and again, to provide that forest type campsite. A lot of these campsites, they just go in, they clear cut every single thing. They want it like a Walmart parking lot, and that's absolutely not the vision for this property. Number 5, my main focus here is the highest quality standard. This has been professionally engineered and designed to provide the very best premium experience. A lot of times when people use the term resort, that just conveys like super expensive. I'm not about, money and charging people a lot of money, but I do want to provide a very upscale and high quality retreat type experience for the people. Something that anyone in the community is welcome to come and attend. And like I mentioned on there again, all the guests will be personally vetted. All of their RVs and campers would be personally inspected to make sure they're up to code and safe. And, anyone that would violate any of my park policies or any of the requirements, they can be towed immediately. I'm not going to tolerate any sort of degradation of the quality, because I would have a reputation, I would have a standard to uphold and to maintain, because when your standard is lower, then nobody's going to want to come there. Cleanliness, none of those lower trashy type places that's not the type of place I'm trying to provide. I'm there with my family. I'm ensuring that everything is well maintained, professionally landscaped, taken care of. Last page there is that Peaceful Acres would be a great addition to the county. It would be like a nice little gem in the southern part. It's tucked away off of the interstates in the rural setting. that people could come, they could get away, they could relax, and if they had relatives or family members, if someone needed a place to stay, they could come and stay. Anybody that would see the level of quality that I would provide, again, because I'm not focused on running a big commercial operation. This is primarily to give back to veterans, to give them a place that they could call their own. And I think our county would benefit greatly from the revenue. It could be a projection between $20,000 to $30,000 a day brought into the county, tourism, spending. If you're like me and you get out of the military, I didn't have a house and I didn't have a job, but I had a camper trailer. So I came to Atlanta. I was looking for an opportunity, and it unfortunately there was nothing in the area that was nice enough and safe enough for my family to stay and enjoy. So again, my goal here is to provide a tranquil, peaceful, very high quality retreat type environment for families. No mobile homes, no permanent structures, no permanent dwellings, and that's about all I have. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. West. Questions from the board? For Mr. West?
Yes, I have a question, Mr. West. You sound like this would be basically for veterans. Is that specific to them?
It would be
or?
primarily focused on veterans. It would have to be open to the public. If they would be welcome to stay, and the business model would be to use revenue from any public stays to be able to provide free and discounted stays for veterans.
Okay, so there's no government funding.
No, this is just me.
Okay, and you might have had this somewhere, I might have missed it, but what's the longest time frame someone could stay there?
Right now,
the range. Yeah.
Well, right now on the conditions of approval, it's a maximum of 30 days. I would prefer, as the owner, to have the ability to extend that on a case-by-case basis. Like, for example, such as myself, when I came here, I was looking for a job, I was looking for work, and that took additional time to do that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
What's your definition of being vetted? What would be your procedures?
Well, I would require, a copy of their driver's license. They would have to make a deposit in advance. Basically, I'm not going to just let anybody show up. As far as if they were a veteran, they would have to supply their either state veteran's ID card, and I would be able to refuse a service to anybody that didn't meet that criteria.
When you say you like the option to extend it beyond the 30 days, that begins to sound like semi-permanent residences, that one of the conditions absolutely was against. How do you answer to that?
Well, I would say I think it's important to think of individual situations. If grandparents want to come and visit their grandparents for the summer, 30 days, that would exclude those types of people. If there's a veteran that's looking for a job, looking for a house, even building a house, the camper that I bought from a family that 6 kids, they lived in the camper while they built their house. I would request and ask for the ability to make individual case-by-case decision to be able to extend that.
That's problematic for me. More questions for Mr. West?
I've got a couple of questions. So you're saying you're going to be the sole person to make that decision on the length of stay. And so, okay. The other thing I have is that, so you can stay 30 days, skip a day, and then make an application, stay another 30 days. Because there's no regulation. Is that 30 days for a 1-year period, 30 days for 60-day period? How are we adding up our 30-day period? How are you coming up to the aggregate value of 30 days?
That language in that requirement was just added like 2 hours ago. So you would have to read the language that was added.
So, Ms. Gillespie, so the idea was to have a stipulation as far as how long anybody can stay there. Again, we wanted to provide at least a framework of what we think the appropriate timeline somebody would be there. So we looked at existing. Sorry, can anybody hear me? So we looked at existing other kind of state parks as a model to say, hey, the maximum that you can stay at a state park is 14 days straight, and then you have to total you can be 30 days. So there are some cases where you can actually be there for 14 days straight, then you have to leave the campsite and then come back, and you can do that. Or there's another case where you have to be gone for at least a week or for 3 days, then you can come back. You just can't just move a spot and then get to another spot. Like, that's not how it works from what we saw from other parks and so forth.
Because if it's not clear for me, it may not be clear for guidelines, so it may be intent may be made to clarify it even more.
Yes, ma'am. Understand. That is our fault again. So we apologize for that.
Okay. And I have a couple other questions for him. Okay. Now, here, I just was wondering, you said, okay, trees take 20 years to mature. So you said at one point you said you was going to plant 400 trees. Then on the paperwork you said 600 plus trees. So if you're going to provide any type of coverage or any type of landscaping as scenic or nature, it would take at least 23 to 25 years for a tree to mature.
There are faster growing trees that grow much faster than that, and that would be the same with any other commercial project that requires a privacy screening or a buffer.
Yeah, but
those would be
that's within the 40 acres.
Yes.
Okay. And when I was looking up just looking up the project, and they have another issue in Morgan County in Georgia, where people are, just to bring to attention what my concern is, which creates problematic, is that they're having issues where people are staying long periods of time and making it a home stance. And they only have 3 particular RVs on an acre. And we got 5 sites. We got sites in a total of 200 that you're considering, which it concerns me a little bit. And Rockdale County is one of the smallest counties. I know this. Don't mean to elaborate. You can go 10 miles and be out of the county, north, west, east. You're out of the county. What drew you to Rockdale County for this type of?
Because it's away from the commercialized centers that are building up and becoming too industrialized with the big warehouses. Veterans and families don't want to be in these big commercial parks right next to the interstate, listening to the noise, and because that property would provide the space to be able to spread things out with 1/3 to 1/4 of the density of what's available.
Yeah, because we're considered a metropolitan city. Rockdale is part of the metropolitan of Atlanta. I was just asking what drew you, because I would think of something more scenic if you're at Lake Oconee, that type of setting, instead of right here in the city of metropolitan Atlanta.
I think this location strikes a good balance between being too far away from a lot of the family activities, like the aquarium and the Coca-Cola Museum and the baseball, and then being too close to being...
So those are your attractions that you're drawing to?
It would be in the middle, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on you.
Mr. West, thank you for your service also. But my question would be, I understand the 30-day limit time, correct? So my counterpart here mentioned that, would that be, for an example, when Chris was mentioning, my problem would be that by this part being mostly veterans, and then they would come in for different services, like for home building or for a job and all that. My problem would be that it would become more of a steady home base versus a peaceful campsite where people could come and go. So that would be the problem that I would have, the 30-day limit time. So would they come in 2 weeks and have to leave out, and then come back again and do 2 weeks, and then leave out and come back again, and no more than 30 days?
Well, I wouldn't want that.
So you would asking for a 30-day total?
No, I would be asking for the option longer. Prior to today at 5 o'clock, there was not a restriction for any time period at all.
Okay, but now we have a restriction on 30 days.
Correct.
So you're asking for a person to stay for 30 days straight?
Yes.
And see, that would be the problem that I would have. Thank you.
Mr. West, one concern I've got is on the septic system and your proposed dump spot for each trailer or each mobile RV.
Yes.
And on the drawing, it looked like you had 5 septic systems. Is that correct? Or am I missing one?
So the septic systems, that falls under the purview of the state. They would have a state requirement for how many and what size. And then you would also have to reserve space for a backup system. So some of those additional places might just be soil that is tested and held in reserve.
So the intention would be to have a cluster of sites that would each have their individual dumping location, and those clusters would all tie into one drain field?
It would be several zones, depending on the elevation and the grading, and that's something that the engineer and the septic professional that I work with, they're actually the ones that train the state level inspectors on how to learn the new systems and the new codes. So I've tried to use the very best professionals that are out there, and so I would rely on them for knowing the state requirements, the state locations, and the size of each section. But it would probably be different zones with backup zones.
Well, septic systems don't operate exactly that way. Unless they've changed in the state of Georgia and in Rockdale County, any solid portion of the septic piping, in other words, at your dump spot, until it reaches the drain field, is a minimum of 50 feet of solid pipe, and then that would tie into the drain field, which would be a bit restrictive to having that many camping locations in one cluster, would it not?
Well, no, the sites themselves would be like 65 feet deep, and then the zones would be further back. So it would be solid pipe all the way to the zone.
Have you had any percolation tests done on the property?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know if it's...
That would have to be determined,
Right.
yes. And that's when the state would come. I would have to get a permit, get the special use permit, and then take that to the state, and they would determine where they want the soil test done.
Right, well, typically, when you put in a septic system with a drain field, each drain field would require, I think it's a minimum of 4 percolation tests in the area to where the field's going to be.
Yes.
So I see a possibility that you got some overlay there that's not going to be conducive to being able to, dispose of the sewage. That's just...
And that's why I've hired the very best septic engineer in Georgia.
Okay. Who would that be?
I work with Josh Wood, and I work with Caswell Engineering.
Okay. That's all we got at the moment. Anybody else got any further questions?
So currently you live in Wilmington, Delaware?
I do.
So you'll be relocated down here, got to build a home on the premises, I guess you said.
The home is already there.
That home to that?
Yes.
Okay. When you said the center of it, that's what I thought.
It's close to the middle.
Okay.
And when you're not there, somebody else would be in charge?
Yes. Yeah, I would have an on-site security, on-site maintenance, administration, a full staff.
Okay.
So currently, do you own or operate any of these RV parks across the United States?
No, I do not. If I did, I would not be here. I would be relaxing on a beach somewhere.
Have you ever worked at one? Have you know how the operations go with processes, procedures?
Yes, before I joined the military, I worked as a general contractor. I also managed high-rise residential apartment buildings of a premier level. The building that I used to manage, the Prime Minister of the country and his mother and his sister lived in, very upscale, very prestigious, and I was responsible for all of the systems, electrical systems, fire systems, plumbing, everything for a 36-story building. And that was in downtown, metropolitan area. So I managed that. And then after I got out of the military, I worked again as a general contractor, building, maintaining, doing renovations and additions, that sort of thing. It's very hands-on.
I was just wondering if you can walk me through a case. You got an applicant, then what? Someone that wants to want to move an RV on the property for a certain number of days. So just how does that process work?
I would probably have a reservation software on the website that they could log in, upload their driver's license, their make and model of their RV, a picture of their RV. Data would be collected and sent to me, and I could vet them that way. I could get their state veterans ID card. Most of the wounded warrior veterans, those I would hope would be referred to me through like Wounded Warrior Project if their campsite was going to be fully sponsored. And then anyone in the public, I would check their credentials, take their financial information, and then when they arrive at their check-in time, I would do a safety inspection, get to meet them for their assignment of the campsite.
Are you aware of any other military based RV parks in the country?
Not in the United States. As far as I know, the only quasi-military campgrounds are just campgrounds that are on military bases. So they're already on the base. Those are subject to a lot of restrictions. As far as who can come in, like for example, myself as a veteran, sometimes I can't even go to those. It would have to be active duty or a retiree. So as far as a privately owned and operated park that's focused on military veterans, I have not found one in the United States. There may be some that operate more like hotels with cabins and permanent structures, but that's not what this would be at all.
Okay. Any more questions of Mr. West?
I just one more question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
On your general construction details, you mentioned the permeable surfaces. Are you paving the drives? Or?
No. It would be typical campground constructed roads, like for the state forest.
Like gravel?
Yes. Yes.
Throughout the property?
Yes. Because you don't want to create stormwater runoff. You want to try to keep the vegetation and the soil as natural as possible.
And have you spoken with your adjacent properties regarding?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And do you mind sharing their thoughts?
They can speak for themselves.
Okay. Oh, they're here. Okay. That's all I have.
Is there any open water on the property?
No.
No streams or lakes or ponds?
Stormwater has already come and inspected the property.
So there's no streams or anything? Okay.
You're soliciting funds for veterans to stay for free, so you're gonna be soliciting funds, managing that account, and dispersing funds for those people, right? So you're gonna use that as a marketing tool for veterans?
Well, it would be the revenue, the operational revenue from the general public would help offset the free sites that
Those will be coming to you, right?
that I could donate.
And you will market it for military.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So if Wounded Warrior Project said, hey, we've got 3 quadriplegics that would love to come and stay, then I would be able to say, sure, their sites are already paid for, sponsored, basically.
Any more questions? I don't think, how much time did he use there? And
We have 6 minutes and 45 seconds left.
okay, of the 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 2 people stating support on the application.
Okay, I'm going to take those first then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West.
Thank you, sir.
First person to speak is Philip Page.
Philip Page. I live at 808 North Still Drive, that's Hampton, Georgia. I'm a friend of Bruce West, excuse me, and we just have gotten to know each other, so we have a lot of like interest. Very good character, has a nice family, good father. But I just don't want to say that my dad was in the Army, and he had 11 kids. I'm one of them, and he would travel when he retired. He got in a motorhome, and he would travel around the countryside visiting all the kids, and he would just love it. And my mom and him got closer than ever when they retired, and they lived in a motorhome. That's what they did. They went to Mexico for the winter to get out of the winter months, and then they would go around and visit all of us siblings. But I just want to say I appreciate the possibility of having an RV park to accommodate people like my parents that were traveling around, possibly visiting family members that may not have a place to stay. But I think it's a really good idea. I know to everybody may be scared to think that maybe there may be noise or whatever. I really think that Bruce could have, could keep that mitigated, after, the lights go out and when they're supposed to go to bed. I think that he could handle that. I don't think there's that much of a worry. I think there's a lot of benefits to this, even though there are some, I'm sure people would say there's some cons as well. But I really thank you guys. I know I didn't know you guys were volunteers, but I really thank you for your time. And thank you. Thank you.
Last person is William Hornsby, or Justin Hornsby.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to state, I know Bruce could present the vision, the county can hear it, you can consider and work out the details and the stipulations. I'm Mrs. Parker's nephew, and I'm representing her on the sale of the property, so I've just vetted and talked to a lot of people. One thing that's been important to her, and just that I wanted to pass on, knowing that he and you would talk through the stipulations and whether it's really something acceptable or sustainable. But I did want to speak to the fact that as I met him, he has been very consistent on this with his character. He's talked about his family, his faith. I just at least wanted to let my fellow Rockdale residents know I'm a Rockdale resident. We moved here in '79. That this is, in my opinion, like I said, you will have to work out whether this works or not for the county. But it's a noble vision. And he has certainly committed to that vision. Every conversation I've had with him has not felt like I'm just trying to sneak in. I want to turn this into something commercial. So I just wanted to testify to the fact that he has been very, very passionate and very consistent to say he really has a heart for veterans. He really wants this to be nice. Everything that the neighbors may be concerned about, he's going to be concerned about because he wants such a high quality environment even within the fence and within the property. So I just wanted to, at least as we're forming our opinions and as you're making your decisions, that he has been, in all my dealings with him, very reputable, very consistent, very passionate. That I think this truly is his heart to create this kind of environment. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hornsby. How many cards do we have for the opposition?
We have 15.
Okay.
First person to speak in opposition is Mr. Curtis Hamby.
Mr. Hamby, come forward. Keep in mind, we've got 20 for all of you, and so.
Thank you. My name's Curtis Hamby. I live at 3245 East Fairview Road, which is directly across the street. We've been there for 40 years, raised our children there, and my biggest concern, we have a traffic issue out there now on East Fairview Road. And right at that particular property, there's a pretty severe curve that people can't seem to slow down around as it is. Not to mention, we have two schools right down the road, right around a mile away. Now, the county has a problem maintaining traffic control as it is out there, and with more traffic and in and out traffic, and I mean, I just don't think it's the proper place. And we camp, there's campgrounds all over the state of Georgia. And veterans are more than welcome in all the state camps. And they have amenities right there, you know. My belief is it's not going to be a campground, a recreational campground. It's going to be a residential area. Now, there's not enough room to build 200 houses in there, but you're going to put 200 campers in there that are going to end up, and he's already asking for more than 30 days. That to me sounds like right off the bat it's going to be a residential area instead of a recreational area. And I mean, that's basically plus our home values. I mean, what's it going to do to our home values? You know, and the peace that we moved out there for, the peace and quiet. So, I mean, that's our main concerns are the traffic, you know, the infrastructure, the privacy that we've had out there. We're losing anyway due to just population increase, and to have and 40 acres, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but when you put 200 campers on it, that's not very much room, you know, to have that many people moving around. Plus, you're going to have recreation areas. I just don't. You know.
Thank you, Mr. Hamby.
I appreciate your time.
Next speaker is Miss Barbara Rainwater.
And thank you all for your service, and thank you and congratulations on that new baby. My name is Barbara Rainwater. I have lived at 3072 East Fairview Road for 44 years. We had horses, and I'm down on the two worst curves. The speed limit is 15 miles per hour. I have a blind driveway from both directions. I want to address the traffic, but he's addressed it pretty well. But I wanted to, sitting there thinking my biggest problem, we are septic tank, we are well. I got involved quite substantially with the Georgia Clean Water Act and worked with the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA because of campgrounds. Lake Lanier had become known as Lake Latrine. I don't know if any of you have ever heard that. It was the campgrounds. Camp Glisten was a Methodist children's camp up in North Georgia, and the campgrounds gray water because the campers did not have the patience to wait to dump their gray water into the dumping sites before they leave the campground, so they would flush it out on the ground. When it rained, it went into all the streams. The streams fed into the lake at Camp Glisten, which was a children's lake. I went up there to pick up my daughter, and the camp director told me that the kids had not been able to go outside. The stench was unbelievable. Dead birds, dead bugs everywhere. And it was the campground washing gray water that ended up in the lake. And my daughter had been up there a week. The traffic has been addressed. Like I said, it's 15 miles an hour. When they built the Publix, of course, the traffic increased tremendously when they built Lorraine and Davis schools. They built the Publix right on Henry County at Highway 155 in Kellytown. That traffic has doubled. People cutting from 138 down to Kellytown Road to go to the Publix, and they run stop signs. Like I said, I'm on an S curve that is 15 miles per hour. I have 4 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren that all live right here in Rockdale County. We have chicken crossing signs down there. We have horseback signs down there because there are horseback farms that people can go ride horses. Cyclists, I have seen 2 different people on bicycles hit by cars down there. The traffic has gotten to be just horrible. And as far as facilities, they don't mow the lawns out there or the roadsides. The flooding is bad. You know, we don't get a lot of county help out there from that. But I just wanted to bring up the septic tank issue because that is a huge issue. And of course, septic tanks have to be pumped regularly. They have to be serviced regularly. They do take a lot of drain field, but you've got to depend on those campers to be responsible enough to empty their, trailers, things into those drain fields, and they just don't do it. They just are, I'm checking out, I'm in a hurry, and there's 5 people, and this was a big thing. And like I said, I had gotten very involved with the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers in the clean water projects of Georgia. So I had this is a rezoning impact statement that has all of that in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rainwater. Give it to Chris.
The next speaker is Ms. Denise Cramber.
Good evening. I'm Denise Cramber. I live at 2180 Smyrna Ridge Court in Conyers here. I would like to say thank you. I am an Army veteran, so I do appreciate people who have been in the military. My concern is that, well, number one, I'm very thankful that this is not another condo. It's not another townhome, so I'm very appreciative of that. I really appreciate all the questions you guys have asked. My biggest concern is you've asked great questions, and I think it would be a nice facility. However, there are a lot of concerns on that East Fairview Road. Been on that doggone thing. Curvy, it is pretty crazy. My concern is I think that you guys do a very good job asking questions, making recommendations. My fear is your recommendations don't really go anywhere. It's like once the Planning Commission makes a great recommendation, it doesn't seem to matter. It seems like the Board of Commissioners and the planning staff still do what they want. And I hope that changes. But again, I do appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate the questions. I hope you get better results coming up January 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cramber.
Next speaker is Ms. Camila Chase.
Hello, my name is Camila Chase. I live at 3409. I want to give my address. I know it's public. I represent Lynbrook Estates HOA subdivision, so I'm representing 80 homes today. We are concerned that this is not Mr. West's first attempt at trying to do a mobile home RV type of park. We are concerned that in 6 months he will be back asking for additional stipulations, additional special permits, additional, can I have a yurt? Can we have 60 days? Can we have temporary occupancy? We know this is coming. This is a short-term plan that he's presenting. We are concerned about the long-term plan of how it will look in 60 days, in 6 months, and in 6 years. Each person in this RV can technically rebook. Another family member can rebook, which means that they can stay there for 60 days. Then another family member can rebook, and that's an additional 30 days. So we are concerned about that 30-day clause. No one has talked about the Board of Education not making any comments. We are concerned that sexual predators, people without an address, is less than 3 minutes from the school that my son and all of our kids go to. We are concerned that sexual predators will be standing out at the streets picking up young kids. Rockdale is known for sex trafficking. We cannot bring in additional strangers into our community. This is a residential area, and we would like to keep it a residential area. There's no way that $20,000 can be generated a day based off of being on East Fairview Road. That is not the case. No way that he can vet guests. That is called discriminatory practices. You have to allow people to come in. If they're booked, they can come in unless they show up with an issue, but that's called discriminatory practices. We don't want that type of business that's not going to allow people to come in. I want to make sure I have enough time for everyone else to speak. So we are concerned about non-tax-paying residents being in Rockdale County. I pay taxes. I pay the increased taxes. We need to make sure that everyone who coming in has a benefit. People in an RV will dump and go. Someone mentioned that. Dump and go. We do not have a gas station that can sustain RVs coming to get gas. They got to get gas somewhere. It's 3 gas stations within probably 4 or 5 miles. They cannot accommodate an RV parking. They cannot accommodate dumping. But again, the Board of Education, the sexual predators are one of our top concerns. In addition, the strain of local resources. And I have 10 more facts that I want to leave with you, just so you can look over those 10 facts. Again, I'm representing the community, over 80 homes of Glenbrook Estates, which is the only subdivision on that street. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please,
sorry.
no outburst.
And then my partner just wanted to add one additional comment. He was with me.
Yeah, I live 2 doors down from Camila Chase, and one of the things I wanted to add, just for reference for you all to consider, is how this connects to the long-term future of Rockdale. What I mean by that is areas of exploration such as alternative housing. We've talked about tiny homes. We've talked about other forms of investing back in the community for our residents, wanting to make sure that we're thinking about that and how it broadly connects, because whether it's an RV park or a new townhome or a new subdivision development, I know that 3 years from now, our street is going to look very different. My hope is that 3 years from now, it's something that we're proud of, and it's not concentrated on just RVs. It's inclusive of all the things that we all love about Rockdale County, and it has a way to grow with us. The last comment I'll leave is that about a year ago, I embarked on a tiny house project, albeit in hindsight not knowing what that might entail. But I've been stalled, waiting on what good looks like and wanting to gain the respect and the permission from the county to move forward with it. I'd ask that we revisit and look at all those other projects and asks from those who live in the community, from those who are looking at perhaps lower investments that would pull on resources that might help those who live in the community. So,
what was your name again, sir?
Josiah Owens, 3405 River Ridge.
Last name was Wilson?
Owens.
Owens. Josiah
Yes,
Owens.
Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Thank you.
Planning Chair, sir, Mr. Harrison, we have a total of like 8 to 9 comments left, and we have a total of 8 minutes left. Again, I ask that you extend time again to allow for residents to be able to speak instead of.
I have no problem with that. We'll just proceed. Just try to keep it short and sweet, ladies and gentlemen, if you would.
Well, I was asking, can you make a formal announcement to extend the
How
time
many more
again?
minutes do you think we need? Another 10 minutes?
I would see if you could do a total of 15 minutes, sir. That should be suitable
Okay.
enough.
The interim director wants us to move forward with another 15 minutes. And Mr. West, this would also apply to you. Do I hear a motion to move forward with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move another 15 minutes.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none.
Next speaker is Caesar Hatcher.
What was that last name?
Caesar Hatcher.
Okay.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Hatcher, and I would like to speak there. And I heard all the comments and people that made over the time I was standing in session, but I think we need to make a change. The economy is growing. We're going to find those changes, and the time we come to that conclusion, we're going to have these problems that we have to iron out or get into it to see what they come to. And if you don't make a change, our children will have to make that change somewhere in the future. I travel myself, have an RV. I'm just speaking on that part, but it's great to have that for people to come in. I do agree that they don't need to stay a long term. You know, the money that it brings into the county is going to generate, it's going to help the economy grow, the schools and taxes and so on. And I believe that's a good idea to have that to come on through if people can see it that way. You fight it now, turn it down now, 4 years later, 5 years later, we're going to come to the same conclusion again. I think anyone put themselves up in that, put up $500,000 to build that is going to follow the rules. But they know they're going to get stormed if they aren't. You know, I don't think they will jeopardize themselves in financially that way. So to say that, I would agree, you know, that he put a county there, park, I think it'd be a great thing, you know, for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher.
1 second. So you are for or
Yeah,
or
I'm
in
for.
decision? Okay, for. Okay.
You make that change.
Okay.
He was speaking in favor.
Yeah. So the time would need to
Yeah, I'm in
change.
favor.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. So they need to get the change the time back.
Next speaker is Guillermo Mendoza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank everybody for military service, Mr. West, everybody here. My cousin is a retired sergeant first class. I do ask that we do not include military service in business proposals. It's something totally different. I understand that Mr. West is looking for a veteran concentrated campsite. That's not the case. That's not the case. Let's put it the way it is. We're looking at opening an RV park campsite. Let's put it how it is. Georgia Department of Natural Resources on the Georgia State Parks website states they're only to say 14 days with a 3-day buffer after that. So we're looking at 30 days. Sorry about that. I apologize. So we're looking at having 30 days plus an extension if that is just deemed to be. I mean, if we're going by campsites, an actual Georgia Department of Public Parks, it's only 14 days. I mean, I'm just stating facts at this point. Now we're saying 20 to 30K a day to bring in revenue. What amenities around there are going to bring 20 to 30K? There's none. There's none. We have Lorraine Park, and we have a trail system. That's it. And we do have a dog park right there. So if you're telling me that the 3 gas stations that are around there are going to bring $10,000 each a day, that's far-fetched. That's a lot of Twinkies that are going to sell. That's it. Traffic study. Have we done a traffic study? Are we looking at traffic control? Have we looked at adding a left turn lane for the mobile homes? I'm looking at safety. I myself live right on the community, and I apologize I didn't say where I live, but I live at 3398 East Fairview Road. I'm not even a mile away. So my concern is, and to the previous speaker's point, is that that traffic out there is really bad. I myself, when I come out of that driveway, even with a 25 mile per hour flashing light, these cars are flying. And I am waiting to see somebody wreck out there. And honestly, there's going to be a horrible accident, and everybody knows about it, and nobody cares. It is what it is, right? Is the county prepared to monitor this? Is the county prepared to see them 30 days? Who is going to report this? Who's coming back to report the county, hey, these guys have been here more than 30 days. Are we going to just trust on somebody? I don't have anything against Mr. West. I don't never met the gentleman, but who's going to be that reporting? Is the county going to saturate their staff members? I particularly think code enforcement to be able to, upkeep and keep on monitoring that stays the same way for those 30 days, or are we just going to go, hey, you know what, 30 days, yeah, cool, let's keep on going. We don't have a way to monitor it. Talking about the trees, I think it was proposed 300 to 400 trees. Is that before or after all the rest of the trees get down to do the sites? So if we're talking 300 or 400 trees before or after, I mean, I'm going to have to knock down 380 trees to do the sites, so I'm just only putting in 20 in, correct? So because those 300 or 400 trees that we're putting in, I'm just replacing what I knocked down. I mean, I want to make sure that we understand that the East Fairview community is a real nice community, real calm community. I moved out here 4 years ago, not knowing what I'm moving into. I have some wonderful neighbors, wonderful people that live out there. And I guarantee you that if you ask somebody, they'll help. I myself, if I see somebody on the side of the road, I will pull over and help them. I don't know who's coming in. I do not know who's coming in. And that vetting process that we're talking about, I mean, I'll be honest with you. They do that same thing in a nightclub. They look at your ID and go ahead, give me your money. It is what it is. I heard that the developer doesn't live in Rockdale County. that is a concern to me because how do we know what it is around there if we don't even live around here? I understand out-of-town developers. I fully get it. But if a developer or the person proposed to do the site does not live in the county, I have an issue there. One more thing. I heard this word a couple of times, and it really resonated to me. I heard the word probably. If I come to y'all and say probably, guess what? Probably is not prepared. Probably is not 100%. Probably is, it may or may not be. When we are sure of what's coming and we are sure of what we're doing, I'm going to tell you the facts and how it is. I'm not going to say probably. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Ms. Lamarian Hewley? Yeah, sorry. Hewley.
We'll let you correct the pronunciation that he butchered.
I'll be glad to. Lamarian Hughey.
Is that H-U-E-Y?
Hughey. And I'm at 3700 Ravenwood Chase in the Lynbrook Estates subdivision. I want to take a moment and ask, because we cannot address all of the people who are here that want to speak in opposition. So if you are here in opposition, can you please raise your sign so that the board will be aware of the number of people that we have in the room that are in opposition of this recommendation here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Technically, you cannot do that. You
Oh.
can address the crowd.
Ah, okay. I'm sorry. Let me apologize.
Ms. Huey, come on now.
I wanted to just speak briefly on the applicant's conversation regarding moving to a tranquil, peaceful area. That's what we have, is a very tranquil, peaceful area that we live in. And so people wanting to come and be transients in this community is of concern to me and the neighbors who I represent as HOA president. Number 3 in the additions that you all mentioned, I'm concerned about no address, no mail, no permanent resident. Because this is our home. This is where we live. And so to have people come in, stay for a short period of time, they have no long-term care and concern about Rockdale County. The applicant is consistently saying that it's not a business. But in fact, this is a business. This is a commercial property. He will be operating a commercial facility, whether, even if it is a campsite. We would know that it's there because of the increase in traffic. The traffic is already compacted, especially during the times that the schools are going in session or being released from session. And to add these additional vehicles and people not knowing our communities and our areas, that is going to be difficult. And a lot of the subdivisions, a lot of the homes already have blind entrances and exits, and that's going to pose a problem. My biggest issue and my biggest concern, being a seasoned law enforcement professional over 25 years, is the applicant's background check, or his checking out of the applicant. I didn't hear anything about researching the National Crime Information Center or the Georgia Crime Information Center, or checking the National Sex Offender Registries, not only in Rockdale County, but in neighboring Henry County, which is only a mile one way, or in neighboring DeKalb County, which is only 4 miles another way. So sexual offenders have to register where they live and where they work. And so if you want to circumvent the process of registering as a sex offender, you go somewhere where you can't be tracked. And that's an RV site. And now you're saying that you'd be there for 30 days, and you can extend it just by his decision for 60, 90, or 120 days. That's problematic. It is a very dark area. We have forests, we have trees, we have spaces for us to live, work, and play around that area. Our kids catch the bus, and when time changes, they're out there in the dark. That's of concern because the buses roll about 7 o'clock, and at 7 o'clock is still dark. So to have people that are transient in that area where our kids are catching the bus is very concerning. and we don't want a child to come up missing. So I beg for you to go back and really assess the safety in that area when it comes to having people, because people don't commit crimes typically where they live. They go and find places. And so that's a good place for them to set up shop to target our community. And then they move on and they leave us with the baggage. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration in denying this request.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Mr. Kirk Lofton.
Hello, I'm Kirk Lofton, 2418 Twin Branches Lane. I'm HOA president of Brentwood Community, and I'm gonna be really short. I'll tell you, I don't think that that Mr. West has really done his homework in this area. We're the second smallest county. The second smallest county in Georgia. There's so much other places that you can go with so much more land. It will be so much more feasible for something like this. And business is not going to go well, because once a few of those campers get pissed off about getting stuck in that traffic, trying to get in and out, then they won't come back. They won't come back, I can tell you that now. As a person that's done a lot of studying on development around this area, this is not the place for it. It's not the place for it. Right now, Rockdale's in a ball of confusion right now, because we have everything going on here. You have high rises coming up. You have single family homes coming up. You have sheep homes coming up. You have apartments coming up. You have everything coming up. You have traffic being redirected. You have, and then they got the nerve to say that they want to put some big businesses around here. It's not going to fit. And the RV park is not going to fit either. So I'm just going to be really short. Everybody's pretty much said everything that I was thinking already. So my answer is no.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Mike Roherson.
My name's Mike Robertson. I live at 4143 Merle Court. That's right off of Union Church Road, right there at East Fairview. We moved out here 50 years ago to get away from things like this. And we've seen it grow and grow and grow. But this is not a place for an RV park. It's going to be hard to get in, hard to get out. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And the traffic out there is awful. People out there don't even know how to stop at a stop sign. I've almost got hit 3 or 4 times at a 4-way stop. They just come through there like they're on I-20. So it's not a safe place to be. But, and I know my neighbors, we like it out there. It's quiet and peaceful. No more traffic. We don't need no more traffic. We got enough now. You get run over just trying to get out of the street. But that's it. We just don't. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Fanta Connate.
I don't need to be speaking at this time because everything I wanted to say has been said.
Terry Kelly.
How y'all doing tonight?
Fine, Mr. Kelly.
My name is Terry Kelly. I live at 3203 South Ridge, Stockbridge, Georgia. Less than a mile away from where Mr. West is proposing to build his RV park. I didn't come to talk tonight, but when I heard him talking about vets, they have RV parks all over the United States for veterans that they get discounts. I'm a 20-year RVer. I have 20 years of experience RV camping. Every park give veterans discounts. They give disabled people discounts. So actually tomorrow, My wife and I will be going to Camp David. That's for veterans. They got them in Jacksonville. We went down to Jacksonville, and we stayed one day for the Super Bowl. They got them all over. And you're a vet. You should know that. They got them all over the United States. They got them all over, and only disabled vets can get in there. And the only other way you can get in there, you have to be a guest of a vet. That's how I'm going in. I'm in a club, and our club is going in. There's Camp David, August the 9th. We'll be leaving tomorrow. November the 8th, we'll be going to Uchi Creek. That's less than 30 miles away from each other. And then he's saying vetting. Well, anytime we make a reservation to go to any park, we have to give them our name and our address, and we pay that deposit, that one-night deposit. I've only been really vetted one time in 20 years, and they asked me to send a picture. This was April, I think it was. We went to North Georgia to a resort up there, and they asked me to send a picture of my RV because it was 20 years old. And they wanted to make sure that it was in line with the new vehicles. But because mine is housed and it's kept out of the weather, it looks nice. So I was permitted to camp. But there were several members in my club that wasn't permitted to camp because the way their RV looked. And if you're talking about doing that for veterans that's going to be building houses, anybody that have a pool behind an RV or camper, any such thing like that, that's going to be building anything, they're going to park it on the property where they're building. Because it takes, when you build, everybody in my neighborhood build. And when you're building, you spending all your money. You ain't got money to pay for campground. So with all that being said, the veterans have places all over the United States. Just check it out. Uchi Creek, November the 18th. Camp David, right there, right in Georgia. And then they got all these other resorts and these parks, right? Lake Altoona, Lake Lanier, they got them all around. Stone Mountain. They give vets. My wife get a discount. She's disabled.
Mr. Kelly, keep direct order.
Yeah.
Court your story.
Thank you. I oppose his proposal.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Kelly.
you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Mr. George Kolichek.
Good evening. George Kelichek, 42-year resident of Rockdale County, chairperson for the Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District, the Basin Area Council, which is tied directly to the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District, and the Atlanta Regional Commission. I am in opposition of this development. I do appreciate your service, sir. But we need to challenge conventional wisdom here tonight. Why? I'm a real estate developer and investor. I am not going to take a 40-acre piece of property and put this type of development in there with all of these other nice homes that are around it. I took a 38-foot RV the other day down Fairview, 22 miles an hour. That's it. It's 2-lane. RDOT is not going to widen it. How about squatters? Do you know we have RV parks across the United States that are challenging the U.S. Constitution regarding squatters and RV mobile parks? We don't need this in Rockdale County. As far as septic systems, that is under the jurisdiction of the Rockdale County Environmental Health Department. That's where it goes first, not to the state. So in closing, a special use permit is designed to deal with particular uses of land that are difficult to fit within the current land use. If this was good, then we would have ordinances for it. These types of parks need to be secluded, they need to be out on the interstates or 4-lane highways. These types of special use permits are used by developers because the very nature of them have a tendency to generate excessive traffic, potential for a large number of persons to be attracted to the area of the use, thus creating more pollutants and noise and adding to climate change. This is detrimental effect upon the value of any potential development of other properties in this neighborhood. An extraordinary potential for accidents and danger to Rockdale County citizens and the visitors to Rockdale County. Based upon this information I provided to you, I am in opposition of this special use permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
I promise you, last one. Mr. Amos Durr.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Amos Durr. I live at 3204 South Ridge, right down the street. I'm not only a long-term resident of Rockdale County, I'm a Georgia native. I was born in Marietta, Georgia. I moved here in Rockdale County with my family in the 1990s, so that gives you an idea how long I've been here. I've been in the same subdivision since I moved here. And I did a little homework. There's roughly 31 RV parks in the metropolitan Atlanta area. 31. They range in different sizes. They have different rates. Some of them charge $50 a night. Think about it now. The average rent for a homeowner or a renter is running $2,000, $3,000 a month. Average, I think. It's been a long time. But that's what I hear from younger people saying they're paying $2,000. An RV park, they can stay in 30 days at $50 a night is $1,500. So it's a benefit for transients, people who don't have, long-term homes, commitments, people who are running, the point about, undesirable people come and stay in there is a true and present danger. Yes, veterans are great. I'm a veteran. I spent 7 years in the United States Army myself. I'm a veteran. But I know one thing. Veterans come from the populace. They're no more special than any other human being that walks on this face of the earth. They commit crimes and they do evil stuff. And Lorraine Elementary School is right down the street. It's right down the street. RV parks are made for people who are traveling from one place to another or going on vacation. But this type of park with 30 days, it'll be a living park, I guarantee you. I've known people who have gone to a park because it was $20 a night. They had hookups for electrical and stuff like that, so they didn't have to pay any extra. They had sewage. This is what he's saying. And they basically live there. They may go off for a period of time, go to Colorado, but they come back and then they stay for a long period of time. So what we're going to have are what you might call permanent transients, where they permanently stay in that location, but they leave every once in a while to go do whatever else they do. That happens. I know. I've seen it. So I'm in total opposition to this. I think it's a bad idea. I think there are other parks that are available right now Like I said, there was roughly 31 in this area. Arabian Mountain Farms, Panola Mountain has RV locations for RVs for veterans. They get there, basically they can stay there for free overnight. There are some smaller ones like Aquino Acres, where basically there's about 6 acres, and the guy says, well, okay, you can park there, it's overnight. But they don't have hookups, so there's no permanent stay there. They have to leave because there's no water, no permanent stay. What you bring is what you take. That's the kind of RV park that might work, but this is not it. What he's proposing is not it. And it's not good for our community. They mentioned a lot of things. I have notes here. A lot of people took my thunder already, so I'm not going to repeat some of the things they've said. But speaking as a veteran, I honor veterans, and I think there should be processes for them to take advantage of things. But I do know veterans too. They're no better than any of these people standing behind me. They come from the community. They have all the same ills and aches and pains and everything else that other people have. And that's what we come from. So we have to protect our community. I think by not having this, we'll protect our community than having it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dirt.
That is everybody who signed up to speak in opposition. The applicant does have 18 minutes left for rebuttal.
Mr. West.
Yes, I would say, I listened to these comments. I think there's some valid concerns. I think there's also some speculation, of other and a lot of history with other places that do have a lot of problems. The main concern that I hear mentioned repeatedly is the traffic issue. I have had RDOT out at the site. They've checked everything. 5 to 6 additional vehicles per hour does not even meet their requirement for needing any traffic study or any extra lanes. Because of people that come there, they're not going to be coming and going every single day. So the traffic increase is basically you're looking at about 5 to 6 additional vehicles per hour. That would come out to about 1 every 10 minutes. So I wouldn't be expecting a big influx and change on the traffic. And then the other point I would just continue to reiterate is, I would be living there on site with my family, managing, controlling everything. We would have all the park policies and procedures. We would have all of the additional permit requirements on there. And it's a phone call to a tow truck. I talked to all the other Atlanta managers and owners of the other parks, and the people know it's one phone call to a tow truck, and you don't get to come back. And so they don't typically have a lot of problems with these sorts of behaviors or anything like that. And my emphasis would be on maintaining that highest standard of quality, maintaining the cleanliness, the professionalism, the fully landscaped option that far exceeds any National Park Service design criteria or guidelines. There were a lot of other things said tonight that I would have to take too much time to explain each one of those individually. But I would say, I've been working on this for many years, working to come up with the very best final product, looking for the very best location that it could be, the most viable option, and I think it would really be a great benefit. And that's all.
I have a comment or a question for you.
Sure.
I do recognize it seems like everything you're saying very well meaning, and I do appreciate it. I think based off of some of the things that we heard, a lot of it's not well thought out. I think the concern for me is all of the things that you talked about. Since you've never run an RV park, these things are hypothetical in terms of how they're going to work. Have you done a feasibility study to determine how many RVs you're going to need in order to make your income?
I've done 7 years of feasibility studies, viability studies, engineering, looking in the whole Atlanta area. Since I came here out of the Army, I realized there was a need for something like that, especially in this area. And so, yes, I've been working on all that, working with engineering firms, consulting firms, other park ownership groups, management groups, to make sure I alleviate all those concerns.
Okay. And as far as in mentioning the number of RV parks, I'm familiar with, the RVs. I know Lake Oconee has it. I think there's a number, and especially the Army Corps of Engineers, they also kind of cater to vets as well, and they're all over. And they actually have price points that are a lot lower than the standard. So I guess the concern is who your intended audience is going to be is likely not going to patronize your establishment, but it may be other persons that come into the community that are concerned.
It would fluctuate, and it would vary seasonably. It would vary if there's events, that are going on. All those are in my cost projections, all my feasibility studies and budget analysis in the business plan, that I've had to come up with. And yes, there would be some cyclical nature to those sorts of things, but I believe I have a very solid plan that would account for all of that, and I would still be able to provide a very viable product.
So would your price point be $50, $100 a night?
Off the top of my head, I have all of those proprietary information because that'd be operational details on revenue. But I would say I started all of my projections being more affordable than anyone else around.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. West? Okay. Thank you, sir. We will consider the public comment period is closed. And open the commission up for discussion.
Well, I have several concerns. Talked about the impact on traffic. We talked about the environmental impact that we've heard about the gray water.
Ms. White, can you make sure you're speaking up?
We talked about the impact on the traffic. It could be the winding roads, no traffic study as far as that. The environmental impact regarding the sanitary concerns, the gray water, the public safety concerns due to the proximity to the school system, as well as the incompatibility to the surrounding area, meaning transitional development versus permanent residential.
I personally have had experience in, as a grandparent, on occasion taking grandchildren to and from Davis and Lorraine when I lived on Honey Creek Road. So I know the traffic, and that's been a few years. And I think that's one of the biggest items that we need to be concerned with. Other than the septic systems really got me concerned as to how that's going to play out. So anybody else got any open discussion here, Al?
Yeah, I might be duplicating some of this, but septic was certainly a challenge for me. Quality of life for the present homeowners in the area. I'm big on that. And the experience of the applicant. I mean, you're going to be basically learning as you go. So, I didn't see the I was in the area, so I'm familiar with it. But going both ways, there's curves right before you get to the property. So I'm looking at safety concerns in that area also for this type of operation. And vetting of the applicants, and county can't enforce for so much, so that would be a concern.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a
Go ahead,
comment.
Phyllis.
My concerns
Bring the
would
mic
be
up to you.
okay. My concerns would be it's been said over and over again, the traffic. I actually had an opportunity yesterday to visit East Fairview, and I drive a pickup truck, and it was kind of hard for me to navigate myself in and out to even just park to see where this location, where the RV park was going to be. I am also a big camper. I drive a 39-foot RV motorhome, and I just could not see how that would be feasible enough for the widening of the road to even navigate my RV there. Also, the time, the 30 days time, I camp a lot, and when I go to a campsite, and see people staying more than 30 days or more than a week or more than 2 weeks. I have a concern for that because someone had mentioned squatters. And then you were saying that you're able to vet. There's no vetting process in RV because I camp a lot. And all we have to do is just pay a night in advance. And like the other gentleman said, he mentioned that if you have an older RV, they want to see how it look before you bring it in. But other than that, there's no vetting process. You pay your fee, and show your ID, and you just move on in. So that would be my concerns: the 30-day stay, and then the traffic, and the road condition, and the schooling.
Ms. Goodby or Angela, anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
No, I just support everything as everybody has already said.
All righty. Consider the discussion closed at this point, and we are open for a recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion based off of, let me get my paper again, based on the concerns for traffic, the environmental impact, the public safety concerns, as well as the incompatibility with the surrounding uses. I recommend that we deny the special use permit for a recreational vehicle RV park and campground.
You state the SUP number.
Special use permit 2024-03.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I second it, Mr. Chairman.
We've got a motion and a second in vote of denied. All those in favor of denial say aye. Aye. All those in favor? Okay. The application for the special use permit 2024-03 takes our recommendation for denial. And if y'all will, I'm sure you don't want to hang around for the other 4 interesting items, but if you will leave quietly, if you plan to leave, otherwise you're welcome to stay. Say what? Right. And keep in mind that the Board of Commissioners will hear this. What's the date for at their next voting session? The Board of Commissioners will make their final decision. That's the best way to keep up with it all.
Oh yeah, I have to.
I just haven't talked them into free punching our hole for us.
Well, I wouldn't about to punch hole.
Now we will swing back to, we will swing back in the agenda to item R1, which is the, to amend the future land use map and to rezone and to authorize a special use permit. All of this for a data center at 1975 and 1985 Northwest Sigmund Road and Lester Road numbers and Farmer Road. All right. Director, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. So the second item on the agenda is flume. So first off, there are 3 applications before you this evening. The applicant has submitted a flume change, which is 24-02, a rezoning application, which is RZ 2024-07, and a special use permit, SUP 2024-02. The applicant is looking to construct a 3-building data center. I'm going to go ahead and read it into the record, so for those who are watching, they can see. So the addresses are going to be 1617, 1716, 1726, 1736, 1980 Lester Road, 1975 and 1985 Sigmund Road, 1716, 1726, 1736, and 1980 Farmer Road, for a total of 52.7 acres. Again, the applicant has three applications before you. The applicant is SDP Acquisitions, LLC, represented by Battle Law. The location map before you shows you the indication of I believe, the 9 parcels that combine this property. The stars look shows you exactly where the properties are located at. The property has frontage along Lester Road, has frontage along Sigmund Road, and has frontage along Farmer Road. The zoning map, as you can see, the property is zone R1. The future land use is high density residential. It's surrounded by a mixture of office institutional, light industrial, and medium density. This is the proposed site that the applicant has provided to you. I was going to highlight a few things. The applicant, again, is indicating to do 3 buildings for the data center, approximately totaling 837,500 square feet. The applicant has indicated there will be limited vehicle traffic onto the site because it is a data center, so they are not expecting heavy traffic when it comes to employees, because again, it's just a data center, so computers and software housed inside the buildings. Emergency access will be along Sigmund Road, but the primary access points will be along Lester and Farmer Road. There are existing power lines and easement on the site, and there's an existing pond on site that will remain. The applicant has indicated that if the application is approved, they will be required to apply for variances for the screening of outdoor existing easements, as well as to reduce the on-site parking requirement. As is indicated, they do not expect to have a large employee population, so therefore they are looking to reduce the required necessary parking. The pros on-site stormwater management and detention pond will be bioretention areas, as well as they indicated. They are proposing a 4-acre substation. That is the special use permit that they're seeking this evening, is the substation. With all our applications, again, staff has submitted this application to each department for review. Planning did have concerns regarding the water usage as well as the electrical usage. Staff did have the opportunity to, which the Planning Chair, Mr. Harrison, is part of the Georgia Soil and Water Conservation meeting regarding data centers. That is one of staff's concerns was the overall usage of this of power to house these computers inside the property, as well as the proposed data center that's going across the street from this subject property, as well as the water usage. So we did get a chance to listen to a representative from Georgia Power as they explained that they are well prepared to handle any increase in demand of power when it comes to this site and any other sites in the state of Georgia, as the state of Georgia is seeing an increase series of data center projects across the metro area. As far as usage, water usage, the applicant has indicated that they do not plan on using a large substantial water for their project. They're looking at 30,000 gallons a day, which Rockdale County Water Resources had indicated that they have enough capacity to sustain that request. So therefore, staff is in agreement to recommend approval of this application. We get approval of, of 12 conditions. And the applicant is here, unless you have any questions of me at this point in time.
No, I'd just like to make note that the presentation that Georgia Power did make to some of your people and the city's people said a lot of questions were answered in that regard. We thank them for that presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, we do. We do thank for Georgia Power to be able to bring some clarity regarding our concern regarding the data center and so forth.
Right.
Did anybody have any questions of staff at this time?
Well, I just had a question that may go in with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Given both of the data centers are in that proximity, have they thought about some type of sustainability measures with water?
So speaking to water resources and to the proposed water uses that they're saying that they have the capacity I should say they have what they're proposing that is not a sustainability plan is probably not necessary because of the limited water usage that they're going to use. However, that's probably better for the applicant to state because again, we spoke to water resources and again, they said they have the capacity and they have no major concerns regarding the water usage for this site and for the other proposed data center. So that's where we kind of took their word for it.
One question I had that was not addressed in their presentation that I could find, and that's the elevations of the pond and how it relates to the stormwater.
Any specific concerns?
Well, the pond that's already on site.
Yes, sir.
Where is it below or above grade to the?
I will have to find that out specifically. I have to contact somebody from Stormwater, sir.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I had. Chris, just one question. Is this a different company from the first data center? I'm just saying, why didn't they both come at the same time?
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to kind of get off in the trail of it, but yes, ma'am. So this proposed site is a different applicant compared to the other one. The one that you previously saw was DC Block. This one is I cannot remember the name of it specifically of that company, but this is a different company than the one that you saw previously a couple months ago.
Okay.
Well, now, the DC Blocks is mentioned in this presentation.
I believe the applicant could probably go into more detail regarding that, as she has more experience regarding the DC Block and so forth. Yeah, I'll let the applicant be able to explain that more, ma'am.
Sir. Bring it forward.
Good evening, everyone. Michelle Battle with Battle Law.
Hello, Michelle.
3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. I think staff's got my PowerPoint. I'm glad to be in here because I was sitting outside, chilling. I don't think it was chilling. I think it was baking while we were waiting. But it's all good. It's nice to be in the cool there. Okay. I'm here this evening representing Strategic Partners. As staff has already gone over, this site is directly across from the DC Block site that I came to you all before a couple of, I guess earlier this year, late last year. That site you can see in blue. I don't know if you all can see where I'm pointing to, but that is the site immediately to the east of the proposed property. It has a land use designation of office institutional. The property that we are seeking to develop on is directly across the street and has a land use designation of high density residential. And really, when you look at that high density residential, you almost wonder, why is that there? There's no other kind of multifamily use around that area. This is clearly more of an industrial office type area where you're moving north and you're getting more into the single family detached type housing that is north of the site. So we feel that changing the land use to be consistent with the technology, and it's actually Technology Park. I'm not sure why the map shows Office Institutional, because when we applied for Technology Park. But what we do know is that the data center flows very easily into that Technology Park designation. What we are asking for is to be consistent with what was previously approved for data centers. We are seeking a rezoning to O&I, and we feel like this is the corridor that makes sense for the data centers. If we're going to have another one, why not have it directly across and kind of can turn that into a true technology park on the site. And I think that you'll see from some of the information that we'll present tonight that it really does make sense to locate these two data centers in the same area, particularly again because it is an industrial area. So we're not coming into the middle of a residential area. We're not coming in into a busy commercial area. We're right there as a part of the industrial area off of Sigmund Road and Lester Road. The property currently is zoned R1, which is not consistent with the high density land use designation. So if someone wanted to come in and seek a rezoning to that property for some type of multifamily use, that certainly should be allowed because it would be consistent with that high density residential land use designation. However, we again feel that having it rezoned to be consistent with the other surrounding uses, which are light and heavy industrial, that it makes more sense for this property to be rezoned to O&I. It had been used as homestead property. One of the owners owns, I think, 10 of the parcels that we have, the Pippin family, which had owned this property for quite some time, and they are now looking to sell. And so my client was glad to be able to obtain a contract on the property that is, again, within an area that is more industrial oriented and near the existing data center that has already been approved. Strategic Partners is planning, as staff has already indicated, for the 52.86 acres to be developed as a multi-building data center. The project will allow for the creation of what we consider to be a data center park. And as staff has pointed out, we've got the 3 buildings that are on the site at a total of 837,500 square feet. We are very comfortable with zoning being conditioned on the use as a data center. There were some concerns that were raised by the community saying, well, what happens if, 25 years from now, these buildings, we no longer need data centers? I doubt that I see that happening. But if that did happen, we are comfortable with the site being conditioned on being a data center because that's what it's built for. It is designed for that. The buildings that you will see will house all of the computer systems that are necessary in conjunction with a data center. And the more technology people are using, the more data centers are needed. On the site itself, on the Lester Road side, at the intersection, we're going to show you what we believe is a really wonderful opportunity to build on this data center park with a very distinct entrance into the data park. The buildings themselves will be at roughly 60 feet in height. We do have the substation to the rear of the site off of Building 2. There is an existing pond in the middle of the site, and we are abiding by the stream buffer requirements there. We do have detention on either side of that, so we will be properly addressing the water on the site. In terms of water coming into the site and how we're utilizing it, we'll talk about that in a second. This is the data center park entrance that we are proposing. And we're really excited about it because we want the community to know that these are data centers that kids that are in STEM programs and other opportunities for them to come and learn about these data centers is available to them. We wanted to be clear that this is a data center park, and so on this particular side of the property, we've proposed a series of hardscape and landscaping as you're coming off of Farmer Road that will be right there at that intersection of Farmer and Lester. So you can see the paver plaza, the shrubs that will be there, some of the ornamental trees, additionally the monument signage. All of that is designed to have a very high-end, high-class look as you're coming into this data center area. And we would certainly hope that others would be encouraged to kind of follow the lead on this so that you really have that feel that you've just come into a special space that the county has designated for data centers. Or at least these two data centers. I can't attest for anything else. I don't have another one on my thing. So this is the building that we are proposing. You can see that it is a mixture of painted, cast. Oh my God, I can't get my words right, but precast concrete, I believe that's what it is, along with glass, and a very picturesque in terms of it being very office looking and oriented. The back end where you don't see any windows is where most of the, if not all of the equipment, all of the computer equipment, so to say, will be located. And so it's very important from a cooling perspective to utilize the type of building materials that we are talking about, because when you just go to regular brick or stone or something like that, that does not allow for them to do what is necessary to protect that area, to make sure that it stays and remains cool, which is one of the challenges with a data center because they can get very hot. So what does that mean? From an environmental perspective, we believe the data centers produce limited local pollution. There's no use of hazardous materials, no disposal of environmental waste. Georgia Power has reviewed this site and finds it acceptable in terms of its usage. The substation is really a requirement with all data centers. Georgia Power made it very clear that they will never do anything that jeopardizes the usage of their existing customers within the area, that they that's part of the reason why they require the substation. So they are able to manage the power and make sure that everything continues to be evenly distributed for those who are living in this area nearby. In terms of water usage, that was a part of the conversation a couple of weeks ago, and we appreciate the folks who put on that particular presentation. Water usage will be in alignment with the Rockdale County Water Resources requirements, and we are proposing a cooling system that will either be a closed loop system or an evaporative cooling system. If you're thinking of a closed loop system, basically the water comes in and it stays in, and it's just looping around to address the cooling with the air conditioning within the building. So you're not bringing necessarily water in for that purpose every day. There will be an initial kind of component of water that will come into the site, and then it will be recirculated within the building in order to assist with that cooling. The closed loop system here does provide, is suitable for the high density racks. It saves on power consumption, it uses less water over time. And so that's part of the reason why that is a focal point. However, we also know, depending upon those who are occupying that space, that they may need the evaporative system for larger users. Those evaporator cooling systems work by running hot air through the evaporated media. Don't get too close into asking me what all of that means, but it does mean basically that they're still using something that is environmentally sensitive. They're not looking to utilize a lot of water. They recognize, particularly for those who are like on wells and things of that nature, that we're not trying to tap into any of that. We know with the DC block matter that there's going to be a sewer line brought up into the area. There's already a water line in the area. And my client is willing, able, and ready to go in terms of sharing in the cost of bringing that sewer line up into the area. So there should be a shared cost. And we've spoken with Kevin Hanna and those over in economic development about putting together some type of cost-sharing plan with regards to that. So we just want to be clear with regards to that. Finally, we are fine with the staff conditions. The one, however, that we needed to have modified pertains to the elevations. It indicated that no elevations or architectural renders were provided. I was pretty certain that I put them into the package, but if I didn't, that was my error. So they put in that the buildings will be of brick, stacked stone, and or glass finish on all sides, with the final building elevations being reviewed by the Director of Planning and Development. We are asking for a change. That change would be a revised condition that states that the buildings shall be made of a painted precast concrete, glass, and metal panels, and in accordance with the building elevations submitted to the Planning and Development Department. Final building elevations shall be submitted for review by the Director of Planning and Development prior to the land development disturbance permit being issued. So that is the only condition that we had challenges with. And with that, we are here to answer any questions. We do have John Young, who is a representative with Strategic Partners, here with me this evening. And we are just excited about the idea of having this additional facility. There is enough room for everyone. We are not impeding on what DC Block is going to do. There's a high demand for these data centers, and we want to help fulfill that, and it does bring much good things to the county in terms of revenue that can be used for STEM programs and other things that the county is trying to do in order to take care of the residents in Rockdale County. So thank you for the time, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
The one thing that's come up, and that I mentioned it to Chris, and that's the elevation of the pond. And you're going to mitigate and be able to make sure that nothing from the holding ponds can get into that existing pond. Because we all know what, like with substations that are brought in, you've got the big fear, the PCBs, and all that kind of stuff that can run off, especially if there's something. So the elevations, topo map would have been helpful in that regard.
Gotcha. I don't have that information, but what I do know is that we have not done our hydrology study. I'm not sure how many basins are running off of that particular property, but we will have to provide for the proper, I won't say disposal, but directing that, I believe, away from the pond. I don't think that was going to be used as a part of our detention strategy, because we've got two ponds on either side, and the outlet should be going into the public system and not into that pond.
Yeah, because that being a natural pond, run the risk of, endangering wildlife, et cetera.
Right.
And the other question in regard to infrastructure involves, you mentioned the sewer, and you can work with the CREDC as far as coming up with a shared program. Is that for a pumping station? Or is that just the gravity's not out there for that, is it not, Mr. Young?
There would be a pump station. There would be a lift station on site.
All right, because there's not enough, the gravity's not there for a sewer at this point, as far as I know.
That's correct.
Okay.
State his name and his address for the record, please.
Yes.
So I'm John Young, address 3715 Northside Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, welcome, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Can you speak to the closed loop system on the cooling for the servers?
I can speak to that. Our facility will run on either one of the two. We would need the optionality for the closed loop system or the evaporative cooling.
Evaporative cooling, meaning the cooling towers?
Yes,
is that the
correct.
type?
And I will say I'm no HVAC engineer, but those are the types of systems that our users and operators need for their clients.
And so with the cooling tower style, I would assume that you would have evaporate would be the discharge, and with the closed loop system, you would have some discharge.
That's correct. I mean,
and where does it go?
So, again, I'd be lying to you if I told you that I understood every bit of those systems. I know that those are the two systems that we're using. I know that we are okay being capped at 30,000 gallons of water usage per day, 16,000 gallons per day of sewer. And when we first approached Rockdale Water and Sewer Authority, we spoke through those calculations, talked about the layout, and they said, we're comfortable with that. And so we can go do further homework. I understand that there's more details there, and there's people a lot smarter than I am as far as how that works.
Well, the 30,000 gallons per day, my concern, I want to make sure that we get covered is this based upon the total build out of servers? So it would
this is
progress
based upon
upward.
total build out. So
Okay,
that would be
and the build-out's not going to be
cap.
immediate, correct?
That's correct. It
All
would be
right.
a phased build out, one at a time.
So it'll be just a partial build-up as far as the water usage goes?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
We've provided a ramp-up map and a load ramp for Georgia Power that we've been working with them on, and it kind of shows our phased approach. We could work to modify that and do some sort of load ramp with the water and sewer as well. We just weren't asked to provide that originally, but we're happy.
And
to
Georgia
do so.
Power has sized that substation for the maximum build-out,
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
Now, does DC Blocks across the street have their own substation too?
Correct.
Okay. And it was done the way, if I recall, when we heard that one, it's set up to be for the max build-out. All right. Well, I know they're coming, and I think the DC Blocks and this holding company have, gone the right direction to make sure. But the natural environment, we need to make sure that it's minimally impacted. In your statement, item C of your of the rezoning review standards states that. And Georgia Power did a fantastic presentation to us at the Soil and Water Conservation meeting, and they've assured us, as well did EMC, when they have one proposed in their area, that they design them accordingly, and that's important. So, thank you. I'll shut up and let somebody else ask a question.
I have a question. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Closer to the mic, if you would, Angela.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your presentation. Can you expound, please, on the revenue that the data center will bring to Rockdale?
We don't have exact figures for the taxes. I can state the amount of the build out that we estimate to be around $1.4 billion for the construction. Of that, we're currently in talks with 3 different users, as we would be the developer of the project that we would then partner with to bring them to the facility. Those numbers would slightly fluctuate based on the user, as would the equipment, whether that would be a closed loop or evaporative cooling system. So I think that that's to come, but not ready to discuss that tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one more question. So will this project bring jobs? Will it bring jobs to Rockdale County as well?
It will bring jobs. It will bring a small amount of jobs. It will not be a huge employer. There's not many parking spaces. We actually, could cut down on the parking spaces that are even shown on our plan. I believe there's 283 auto parking spaces shown for the 3 buildings. And realistically, there's probably going to be 5 to 10 people in each building once they're built. Temporary construction jobs are one thing, but this would not be a high generator of permanent jobs for the county. We see these facilities and these buildings being very self-contained. They're clean, they're professionally maintained, there's not much traffic, there's not much outward effect from the buildings. And I know that can be looked at through a positive light or negative. We view this in this particular pocket, in this kind of constrained area where we are, bordered by Lester Road, Farmer Road, and the power easement. This isn't something where we can keep adding on tracks up into Rockdale County, but it's a confined 50 acres where we believe that the infrastructure for this 50 acres is set up perfectly for this campus. That's why we're here. That's specifically why we're targeting this area. I know you didn't ask that, but I just kind of wanted to talk about the reason why we're targeting this 50 acres.
I think the main employer would be those servers.
That's correct.
Yeah.
There will be security personnel, and then there will be people that will be in charge of making sure that the equipment stays up and running, and some maintenance technicians.
Maybe we need to figure out a way to tax them.
Yeah.
That AI robot wouldn't like that.
I view it as positive too, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
I got a question. You said, and this may not have anything to do with it. Michelle, you said you brought in the first data center, so now you're approaching the second data center. So are you going to escort any more data centers in to the area?
Say that I have not been retained to do any further data centers.
Okay, at this time. Okay, the other thing I'm saying,
I don't want to be known as the data center lady of Rockdale, but nonetheless.
Close to the mic.
How many data centers, I live in that area, I live off of Lake Rockaway. How many data centers, I see a technical part, but there has to be some sense of electrical surge or something, if you could keep bringing them into the area, and has to be concerned about the electrical surge up and down to the area. It has to have a negative impact at some level.
So I think that, the power is the limiting factor. It's a major limiting factor, and you can have all of the other resources. You can have a municipality that wants the data center. You can have the water and the sewer, but if you don't have the power, then you can't have the facility. And so this has been a major thing that's been all over headlines. You can't hardly open up the internet without seeing an article about data center proposed everywhere, right? And so there has been a huge effort around the country that's chasing power. I can say that our site is in a unique position with Georgia Power. We've been working with them for about 12 months now on this site, to where we are in the most immediate tranche of power, meaning that we could go into an agreement with them and slightly ramp up the power. The power is not available everywhere. This site is located on a 230 kV transmission line that's served by Georgia Power. There are substations in the area. Georgia Power has done a transmission study of really the whole area and what's proposed all around Rockdale County and surrounding areas. And so, again, these people are much smarter than I am with this process, but there would be a large amount of infrastructure upgrades to service our facility. Part of that would be our responsibility to fund that cost, because the public utility is not a developer, and they can't take the risk to build out this infrastructure and then the buildings not be able to support the cost that was put into that. So that cost will be loaded onto us per our substation, and then there's also some additional off-site improvements that Georgia Power is making in the area, not specifically for our project, but for others on this side of the metro.
Didn't Georgia Power in that presentation indicate that the startup of the nuclear plants at Vogel would have a positive impact on being able to feed more power up to this particular area? I think they made that statement. If I was
It
not
certainly
mistaken.
has had a positive impact, but
Yeah.
I think that the runway that Plant Vogel will provide, they can't, if they let it, then they could have data centers come in and suck up all that power. I think that's why they are so sensitive with not just where these go, but the timing and the ramp up of the systems.
Right.
So I think I want to make sure we answered your question, because I don't think we really answered your question fully. The data centers, from the research that we've done, should not result in any negative impact on the surrounding residential communities. What we know is that even when I did the DC Block presentation, there are data centers that are located within highly dense areas currently. Even with their projects, they had some adjacent to residential communities, adjacent to schools. I think where a lot of the challenge with them comes, when you go to someplace like Virginia, they have like almost a city full, where you're talking about a significant number of data centers. That's not what we're looking at here. We've got two major providers for the data center. I have no idea if anybody else is coming, or even if they're coming to this area. But in terms of this particular facility and the one across the street, we don't see that as having any negative environmental impact on those that are living within the area. And we are a nice distance. I mean, we're not literally right across from your home, so we are a little bit of a distance away. But the other thing is, we're also very concerned about the people who work inside that building, because they're the most exposed, quite honestly, to what's happening within that building. And so keeping them safe also means that we have to do our job to keep the people outside of the area safe. So that's about what I can tell you from the research that I've done.
So you can't really, at this point, you just say you're seeking applicants. You can't tell who's going to utilize the data center at this point.
No, we don't know the companies. We can't state who the companies are. They're in negotiations, but it is a competitive field. So the folks across the street are also getting their people. So we don't want to really talk about who might be coming or not coming.
I was going to say, so from a financial standpoint, as far as the county is concerned, what does Rockdale really get out of this?
A boatload of tax money. We're talking about a building that, as he indicated, the build out will be in the billions of dollars. When we talked about the DC Block one, I think that the annual tax revenue was something like $4 million or more. annually, so that within 10 years it was going to be like $40 million. And I think their facility is slightly smaller than what we are proposing. So there's going to be a significant amount of tax revenue that will be generated, that will come into the regular coffers of Rockdale County and can be utilized for, I guess, I assume it will come into the general fund, so it will be utilized for many of the things and projects and you know, infrastructure improvements and all those kind of things that the county clearly needs as you all continue to grow. I mean, this is a growing county. And the other thing is that it will bring a level of recognition from a technology perspective. So you're going to have people that will need to potentially move into this area who are servicing not only the people who are working in that building, not so much, but the businesses that will be generated that will come into this area, because they will see this as, oh, well, that's why we were doing the really elaborate entrance to the data park, so they can see, you know, Rockdale is serious about bringing this kind of quality, high-tech facility into the area, and that you want the people who work in those businesses to also look at Rockdale as an attractive place to be.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Michelle, for you all's presentation. And it's good to know that you all will be building a building that will cost $1.4 billion, but then not to have as many employees. So my concern would be, I try to do drive-bys on areas where applicants come in to want to do business here in Rockdale. And I like the $40 million revenue, Mr. Ford. I like that. But have you had any opposition in regards to the residents there?
We've had 2 meetings, including one that was this week. I'm not sure if any of those folks are here. I assume that some probably are. We've tried to be very responsive to the questions that they ask. I have not gotten any sense that anyone is vehemently opposed to the data center. We worked cooperatively with the community when we brought in the DC block facility, and it felt as if people were supportive, and I don't think we had but a few people that came out. It's actually the people that were living the closest to it were not in opposition, to my knowledge, to my recollection, although there were some people who did get up and speak, particularly about removing the ability to have a residential component on the property. But we've, again, tried to be very responsive to the questions and issues that have been raised. So.
Yeah, I attended the Zoom. I think y'all had a Zoom very early on.
Yes.
And from the responses that I listened to, they were pretty positive that there was nothing major
Correct.
Out there as far as, I think most of it was just, what is a data center?
Right.
You know, and you know, there was just kind of a learning process.
Right, and what will the environmental impact be?
Right.
Those are the 2 biggest things. And then, as I said, one of the gentlemen indicated that he had a concern that if 25 years from now, you know, data centers are passe and you don't need them, what do we do with this huge building? And what we indicated was that, number one, even to convert it into office use, remember, we're going to office institutional. We don't have to go into a industrial use. So that's already going to limit what you can do in that building. The most you would be able to do is come back, particularly if it's limited to use as a data center, they would have to come back through this process to use it for anything different. But I think you'd have to come back anyway, because you wouldn't have the parking. You probably would have to remove portions of the buildings, because if you have a workforce big enough to take up 857,000 square feet, you're going to need a heck of a lot of parking. And I don't see that they would even be able to produce that on the site unless they had a rather large parking deck, which means that they'd have to redo the site plan, which means that they'd have to come back through this process. So I won't be here for that. Trust.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay.
Thank you.
Michelle. Mr. Young. Dr. Wheeler.
No one signed up for this application.
For yea or nay? I think Mr. Kelichek's got his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Kilichek. For opposition.
You speak in opposition or approval?
Opposition, but I want to just provide you a lot of information. George Kelichek, chairperson for Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District, chairperson for your Basin Area Council of the Upper Okmulgee, which includes 6 counties in Metro Atlanta. I'm the gentleman that actually invited in Georgia Power and Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District to our monthly Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District meeting last month, because I knew that there was a lot of questions and a lot of information, good, bad, indifferent. So we wanted to make sure that we got it from the experts. Rhonda Thomas, who is our local Georgia Power representative, provided information to us. And actually, this was all developed by Elise Davis, who is the director of Georgia Power for Economic Development for the state. Then we had Danny Johnson, who is the director of the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District, to give us information regarding the water consumption, since that's one of our areas of review regarding the Basin Area Council members and the Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District. So just a few items to provide you. A closed loop system, yes, does keep the water continually circulating, but it does add to your power consumption. Okay, so there's a balance there. Now, if you're evaporating the water, there is less power used by the data center. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clarification. There's 84 data centers currently in 6 markets in the state. 78 in the metro Atlanta area, and they're clustered basically on the northern arc and the southern arc. And you're going to see, as they develop over time, these companies are looking at land acquisition cost, and the lower cost is on the southern side of metro Atlanta. So just wanted to provide you that information also. So again, there are small, medium, and large data centers. And if you really want to see what happens to a county regarding data centers, I grew up in Prince William County, Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. That county was pristine 50 years ago when I was growing up there. Many cattle farms, nice clustered homes, single-family homes, many cattle farms. There are no cattle farms or large farm operations left in Prince William County. So as you move forward as a commission, just kind of keep that in touch. I know Rockdale County is the second smallest county in the state, but there was a lot of opposition, a lot of lawsuits regarding from citizens and environmentalists and such that were opposed to data centers in Northern Virginia, and specifically in Prince William County. So as we're making decisions, as you all are making decisions as you go forward, just remember, is it planning and development, or is it planning and sustainability? Okay? Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelchek. Any other names out there? No. Where did you? Okay. Where did Director Wheeler run off to? There he is.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any further questions? All right, we'll close public comment at this time and open it for our board commission conversations. Does anybody have anything to say? What do you think?
I was just thinking, I had, did a drive-by, like I mentioned earlier. And on Farmer Road, there's a residential home on Farmer Road.
Ms. Phillips, you can speak in. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Phillips, you can speak into the microphone, please.
Okay, I thought our comments was a little private. I'm sorry.
Just wanted to kind of clarify that this is an open meeting, so comments are open to the public, so there's no private conversation. So.
It's on Facebook right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Like I mentioned earlier, I try to do my homework when these applicants come in front of us. And I went over on Lester and Farmer Road yesterday, and I saw that there was this residential home sitting in the middle of these 52 acres. And I just wanted to know, what did the resident think about that, because this center is going to be right behind their backyard. It's going to be right in their backyard. And then over on Lester Street, I noticed that there were some residential homes on the side, on your right, going down Lester Road, and that building is going to be right in front of their front door. And then as I proceeded on around, there was another residential home that's right on Lester Road also on the left, and it's going to be on the side of their home. So I just wondered, were there any oppositions from the residents, because I do know that once these things start, there's no stopping. So that's my comment.
Okay. Anybody else got anything?
That's my concern, is her comment. Once they start, there's no stop. There's so much opportunity for it to be data center all around there. It's right on the grid, as far as electrical grid. You got, and my concern is, would we need a data center in 10 years, let alone 25? Technology changes so fast. Well, a data center, then we have open buildings. And the whole park of open buildings in the area, and that way, how would that impact that area and the residents within that area? I don't think Rockdale's vision is to be a technology park for data centers.
Well, in a sense, it's a level of development that, as we mentioned tonight, has got tremendous capabilities as far as taxes. And it's done on a small footprint. Like if you've got a large factory that's going to bring in a lot of aspects of like that, bring in money, it's going to take up a much bigger footprint than a data center. And think about too, I'm devil's advocate here for the positive side of it. How fast do you want that Amazon order to go in?
I really don't care if it's going to impact my house on Lake Rockaway. So
well, that's.
I mean, if it's going to impact my investment in my home, I don't want it in my back door.
Well, I think in this area where it's at, most aren't the starred spots on here people that are selling their property to.
Yeah, but when you sell, you want to sell to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
You're leaving. When a seller is leaving, he's not coming. He no longer has an investment in the county.
Who doesn't?
A seller. Somebody selling their property.
Right.
It's just, because my concern, we just had we said, okay, this is a great idea. Because those people have been fighting. You know why they're not here tonight? Because they've been fighting for every single thing to try to come out there. Amen. They're tired. It's like you worn them down. They're tired. So they thought a data center was a great idea. To me, this is just my opinion. They thought a data center was a great idea. Then 2 months later, okay, we got a second data center. Okay, then we're gonna have a data center community. Then we got 10 data centers. It's a concern. It's not that I'm against the data center, but Rockdale has no vision right now. It's great revenue at a cost though. It's a concern.
So I have a comment. So and I appreciate the concern, because I tend to agree with that, but I also appreciate the fact that there were multiple meetings within the community, that the community had an opportunity to voice any concerns they had. The public notices are also up, so if they wanted to be here tonight, they could have been here. I also, whether we like it or not, the way of the future, we're going digital, right? Technology continues to grow by leaps and bounds. I think the Planning Commission is here to ensure we don't become 50, 40 data centers, right? So I agree that we shouldn't become, Rockdale County shouldn't have an exorbitant amount of data centers. But that's what we're here to do and to ensure, so we are that safeguard. But 2 does not equate to many in my mind. And the revenue, I don't think, I mean, when I hear STEM schools, right? When I hear that money's going towards STEM or education or all the things that can potentially be done in Rockdale County, we need those funds, right? But not at any cost. I agree with that. However, that's a whole lot of money that can be put to use to do a whole lot of good in Rockdale County.
But there's nothing in this agreement here that says how many funds are going to go to STEM development, educational development. And at the last time we had the meeting, I kind of proposed like, okay, I think we should do some kind of relationship between the education, the school board, and this development that's coming, and make some kind of commitment. I was told that I couldn't put those 2 things together. The school board, because if you're coming into our community and you tell me what this data center can do and what it can supposed to, let's make a commitment to the community. But nothing in that agreement could be made. No commitment can be made with the school board. All we're doing right here is saying, okay, we're approving these rezoning to be approved for a data center. But they're not saying, okay, I'm gonna put $2 million, $3 million if I got a $140 billion building. I'm not gonna put 10%, 20% to a high school development, college education. It's nothing in here. That's just a thought process. That's a seller. That's just somebody saying, okay, it sounds good to me. But I don't have to make a commitment to the county because it's not included in this agreement.
But on the other hand, our Board of Commissioners can isolate some of those funds.
I totally agree, and that's why I'm speaking to it, because I would like that to be done. We gotta make, if you want to come here and do business with Rockdale, make them committed to Rockdale. If all that money coming in, you building me a building, you say I'm only gonna get about 10 employees off that building, but you're gonna make all this money, but you have no commitment to our educators, our school system, nothing. I don't have no kind of program set up for I got development or anything. I have no commitment.
Well, that part of that job is handled by the CREDC, the County's Rockdale Economic Development, and they're getting input from the Board of Education, from the Board of Commissioners, from businesses that are in the area, and they go out and seek this type of business that is going to give an opportunity for Rockdale to grow in the right way. And our job, I think, is to look at it and see if it's got potential or if it's going to make an issue. But in the case of being the second smallest county in the state, we can recommend limitations on how many data centers
That's
we
what
put
I'm
out there.
asking you to do. I'm asking you to do that. I mean, because I live on Lake Rockaway. You say, why anybody's here? I live in the Glen Meadows subdivision. We got an HOA. I have not received any invitation from our president on any type of meeting that was being held at all.
Yes, sir. So great conversation. I know we're kind of trailing off into the overall data centers and so forth, but we kind of bring it back to this particular one. I love the recommendation. If we could probably table that section to overall data centers to the reports, then staff is willing to hear what the board has to say, and we'll write it down and then be able to express that concern at the BOC meeting. We want to make sure we capture correctly what you guys are stating and so forth. So I just want to make a note of that.
Put it out for a possible vote and recommendation, and that's all we're doing. As a planning commission, all we can do is recommend. Now, Director Wheeler, can we make these three in one vote, or do we need to vote on them separately? The FLU, the REZ, and the SUP.
I would prefer, for the minute taking, that we do it 3 individual votes just to make sure, because it can get kind of wordsmithy.
Okay.
Trying to do all 3 of them. So.
Well, then, with that being said, I'll look for a recommendation of a vote on the future land use 2024-02 as the first item for R1. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we table the information for FLU 2024-02 for further information.
We're not in a position to be able to table, as I understand our rules of recommendation. Mr. Wheeler?
Yes, sir. So the Planning Commission doesn't have the capacity at this point in time to table any of the applications. So you have pretty much kind of four choices: recommend approval of the applicant's request without any conditions, approval with the conditions set forth by staff, deny the actual application, or do a no recommendation. Ms. Angeli, I should say, in the past, this board has done a no recommendation if they want to table, to ask the board to table application. That signifies that they still have some concerns regarding the applications, and they would like for it to come back to the Planning Commission. So that's what we've done in the past. So if the board whole wants to do that, then I recommend you do a no recommendation, and then staff can explain that to the Board of Commissioners at the next meeting.
Okay. You understand?
Well, let me ask a question. So if we do that, it automatically comes back to us?
No.
Okay,
It doesn't automatically come back. Again, the board, the commission still have to make that motion. However, again, in the past, we've done that, and they have accepted that recommendation, and they've sent it back because again, staff is in support of that recommendation, especially from the board, from the Planning Commission, that they would like to have it come back to them to take another look at it. I don't see why it would not, especially if you have some concerns that you want to take another bite at the apple.
Do you recall what the vote was on the DC blocks?
Yes, it was approval for the DC block one.
Unanimous?
I have to go back to double check on that, but it was approval for across the board. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So again, what the applicant is requesting that if the board, the Planning Commission does want to do a no recommendation to table it so they can come back to them, is to kind of explain the reasoning, what concerns that you may have with this application. So therefore, they have the opportunity to address those concerns and so forth.
All right. Does everybody understand what we need to do? All right. So we'll open it back up for recommendations, one of our four choices. Recommend approval, approval with conditions, denial.
Denial and come back forth to the board. And my concern is the impact, the volume, the number of data centers. I think some more recommendations should be put onto the applicant.
Explain that number 4 again, if you will.
So I just want to understand, Mr. Gooseby, so you want to do a no recommendation for this application, for these applications? Okay, all right. So you wouldn't say denial. You would just say a no recommendation.
A no recommendation.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So you're voting for a no recommendation?
Yes, I am.
I would ask you to do the motion again of do a no recommendation, so everybody's clear and understand what the motion is.
All right. So we've got a vote of a no recommendation. Do I hear a second?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of no recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay.
Nay.
So we've got 2 nays.
Angela Ingram.
All right.
So
and
can we
four ayes for no recommendation.
Okay, so can we get a hand raised for the no recommendation? Okay, so we make sure we get it now, and then for those who are in opposition to that. Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
All right, so that's for the FLU 2024-02. And now for the second voting would be for the Res 2024-07. I'm looking for a recommendation or for a vote.
Mr. Chair, point of clarity.
Yes.
So can we have a no recommendation for 1 and then make a different recommendation for the other two?
No, I mean, no, ma'am, I wouldn't suggest you doing that because, again, it just confuses the process. Technically, yes, you can, however, that, again, that confuses the process because applications are all needed, especially, I believe we just did a flume.
That's why I asked
yeah.
if we could vote all three of them at one time.
Well, yes, sir, but again, just.
Okay. All right, so let's keep it straight and forward.
Well, let's get Mr. Harrison again. Ken, just want to be clear on the no recommendation. Again, what are you asking the applicant to provide for more information? What are you asking for?
Well, will the four people that recommended come up with some suggestions?
I got suggestion. I'm asking that you go in and you consider the impact of the number of data centers. I'm asking that the board that recommend, say you just got this data center here, but you know what you need to come in. I limit the data centers to 10 data centers.
Well.
I mean, I just think the recommendations.
Well, I would say, Ms. Gisby, I would say that's we're complaining two of the things because we are the concern about overall data centers. That would be something that the planning staff will look into, but not particularly this specific application.
Okay, I'll be specific. No, because of the impact. We're not sure what the impact of the first data center is going to be. Until we see what some service and see how the first data center is going to build, why would we impact the area? We have no idea what the first data center is going to be to the community. We don't want to impact the area. So that is my recommendation.
So Ms. Gibby, then I would instead of the no recommendation, then it would be the recommendation of denial. Then because if you don't have any extra information that you're requesting from the applicant, it would be better if you just recommend a denial and then just do it that way instead of just doing the no recommendation. Because again, the no recommendation
it's cleaner
it's
that
cleaner
way to do it.
because the no recommendation, again, we have used that to ask for more information from the applicants. So if the planning commission is of one mind that says we don't want to recommend approval at all, then the no recommendation would be the way to go.
At this time, I recommend to deny.
Okay,
Make that motion. Make a vote. Make a motion.
I make a recommendation.
So we need to rescind the first motion. We need to redo this one over again.
All right.
Let me ask a question for clarity. So by no recommendation, it allows us or them more time to determine the impact. I guess that's,
so again,
this might be two separate things.
Yeah. So again, the reviews, the no recommendation is when the planning commission still has outstanding concerns. For example, we used it to say, hey, you need to have another community meeting, or if the traffic study is still going through the process of still being completed. The no recommendation, it was our informal way of saying we like to table this so we can have another chance to review it again to get outstanding questions answered. Anytime you feel like you are not in favor of this, we want you to recommend denial instead of no recommendation. It's just easier that way and have a clean understanding. The no recommendation, again, is just to use it as Ms. Angela has indicated for a tabling of something, just to have more time to discuss or get outstanding facts and figures to understand exactly what the application is about. But however, if the planning commission is of one mind to recommend denial of this application, then that would be my recommendation to this planning commission to say we're just going to deny the application.
Because I want to take in consideration, and you could just tell me, I have concern about approving too many,
yes, ma'am,
too fast, and how they impact the area.
Yes, ma'am.
That is my concern.
Yes, ma'am. And so that would be your reasoning of why you'll be recommending denial. So that would be your
because
position.
if they can't go in and bring it back in and research and say it didn't have an impact in the area, I did research in this particular county, it had no impact. The county, bring me some data.
Yes, ma'am. Again, if that is your concern.
So they're pushing back on bringing me some data, bringing me some kind of vision as to what the impact is in another area, and you bring back to me and say it had no impact. I don't feel comfortable with it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I hear what you're saying. What we're trying to gain clarity on is if there is outstanding concerns, and then you would like for the applicant to go back and provide more information, then I would recommend you do the no recommendation vote. However, If you do not feel the need to ask the applicant for more information, then it would behoove you to recommend denial of this application. But if you're in favor of it, then you recommend approval or recommend approval with the conditions before you, or add additional conditions. That's up to the planning commission if you choose to do that. Again, those are your 4 choices. So just to be clear, there isn't any options of tabling. So again, you have approval, just blanket approval with conditions set forth by the planning staff, or whatever conditions you want to add to the applications, or denial of all 3 applications, or no recommendation, which again, and I want to state this clearly, we've used as an option to table certain things and to ask it to come back to the planning commission again. Any questions? Did I explain that correctly?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I have a point of clarity,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Director. I just want to, for the record, it wasn't Angela Ingram who asked to table it.
Yes.
That wasn't
Yeah,
me.
yes, ma'am. No,
Okay,
that was the last thing. I apologize. Again, that was just wanted to kind of bring that up. Okay.
I'm looking for a motion to rescind the first recommendation. Do I hear a motion for that?
I make a motion to rescind the recommendation for, to table it for FL 2024-02.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor of rescinding the original vote, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now we're looking for a motion to,
I make a motion to deny FLU 2024-02 REZ.
no, we're doing one at a time.
We do one at a time. I
Yeah.
make a motion to deny FLU 2024-02.
Do I hear a second? Hearing no second? The motion to deny has failed. Now we're looking for another motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve FLU 2024-02 to amend the future land use map from high-density residential to technology park for development of a data center,
Is that with or without conditions?
with the 12 conditions that are listed.
And with their change on item 3 that they discussed earlier?
Yes.
Okay. We've got a motion to approve FLU 2024-02 under the 12 conditions, including the rewrite of number 3. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Phyllis?
Say nay.
Opposed?
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And our 2 nays are here on the end? Okay. FLU 2024-02 has passed at a 4-2 vote. Do I hear a motion to approve REZ 2024-07 for the rezoning?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve REZ 2024-07 for the rezoning of the 52.78 acres from R1 to OI for the development of a data center.
We've got a motion to approve REZ 2024-07 for the rezoning request for 52.78 acres. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have the same break at a 4-2. Motion carries. Do I hear a motion to authorize a special use permit for electrical substation, SUP 2024-02?
Mr. Chair, I move that SUP 2024-02 be approved to authorize a special use permit for an electrical substation.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
The same 4-2 break. Item SUP 2024-02 has been approved.
Because it's like, I'm okay with them, I just don't want any more. So, since we
and we'll move on to R2.
All right, sorry, next one. I dropped something.
I'm vice chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Plus my son's real, so you gotta have all kind of stuff coming at him.
I'm trying to bring him at the end because it's a little bit long-winded.
Most definitely.
These are just mine.
Yes, sir. Ready?
You're ready.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is FLU 2024-04 and RZ case 2024-13. The applicant is Ms. Nita Honeycutt. The applicant is seeking to rezone 1.49 acres from C1 local commercial district to AR and to amend the future land use map from neighborhood commercial to low density residential. This is the subject property. As you can see, it has frontage along Southeast Fairview Road. Again, it has frontage along, I believe that is Union Church Road as well too. Again, the current zoning is C1. Is surrounded by areas of agricultural residential, and then across the street there are some C1 zone properties, and everything else is zoned residential. Agricultural residential. This is future land use map. As you can see, the four corners represent neighborhood commercial node, and then everything else outside that is identified as low density agricultural residential use. This is just, so what this map is showing is this is the RWR infrastructure map. The applicant is seeking to rezone from C1 back to agricultural residential use because the applicant has indicated that they have no intention of developing the site for commercial property. As you can see, there is water capacity down at the location. However, there is no sanitary sewer easement, sanitary water down that area. It is the county's position that any commercial property should probably have not a septic tank, but connecting to sanitary water. So we did speak to RWR, and there is no plans or future plans for any type of extension to have sanitary sewer down in that area, especially specific in this area where the county has identified as a neighborhood commercial. So this is just kind of just a summary of what the applicant is stating. The applicant stated that she'd rather not continue to pay commercial taxes for the property because again she's not indicating that it will be a commercial use, that she intends to make sure that it would be a residential use, specifically agricultural residential use. Therefore, with all applications, staff has provided, a technical analysis as well as got plan review comments from other departments. Staff is in agreement with this request, and so therefore we recommend approval of the future land use change from neighborhood commercial to low density residential agricultural, and to rezone it from C1 to AR. And I believe the applicant is here tonight.
I'll be here for her.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir, yeah. Did you have any questions of staff at this time?
No.
Hello, my name is Clay Staples. I'm Anita Honeycutt's brother, and she couldn't be here. But basically, I wanted to read the letter that she had written. She said, "Please accept my letter of intent for the rezoning request for the parcel 009-001-0021 from commercial back to agriculture. The county changed the zoning of the 1.49 acre lot from agricultural to commercial in 2005 with no notice to our dad who owned the property. So he, due to hardship, he could no longer afford, so he deeded the property, that 1.49 acres, to my sister in 2011. So from that point until now, she's already paid almost over $13,000, an average of $1,000 per year in taxes on that 1.49 acres. Now it's gone up to almost $2,500 for that 1.49 acres, and it's still residential. There is no commercial in the area. It's all residential or agricultural. So that would be all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staples. Director Wiggler?
Oh, that was, Mr. Staples already spoke, so that was the only person who signed up.
Okay, all right. Consider the public comment section closed and move on to discussion. Sounds pretty straightforward to me.
Yep.
I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve FLU 2024-04 and also REZ 2024-13, a request to amend the future land use map for neighborhood commercial to low density residential for agricultural/rural use, to rezone 1.49 acres from C1 local commercial district to A-R agricultural residential district for agricultural/rural use.
Mr. Director Wheeler, you comfortable with both being a one vote? Yes, sir. Okay. We got a motion to approve the request. Do I hear a second?
A second.
All right, we've got a second to FLU 2024-04 and REZ 2024-13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion approved.
Next item is RZ case RZ 2024-12. Applicant is Edwina Schwick. The property is located at 2037 Southeast Old Salem Road. The applicant has an application before you this evening to rezone 1.90 acres from AR to R1 single-family residential district for the development of 3 single-family detached homes. The star list identifies the location of the property. Again, the property is abutting right next to the Lambeth Estates subdivision. Again, as the property has the current zoning of agricultural residential, as you can see, there is R1 residential properties surrounding the subject property, as well as office institutional. The future land use map is medium density. This is the proposed site plan that the applicant has provided to you. As you can see, the applicant has indicated that they would like to subdivide the parcel into 3 single individual lots, ranging from 0.61 acres to 0.68 acres. The R1 zoning minimum lot size for any single-family development is 0.69. So the applicant is looking to keep within character of the existing subdivision located to the adjoining next to it. The applicant again is looking to. There was a residential structure on the property. However, it burned down, and so it's been officially removed.
When did it burn?
Do we know when it would burn? I don't remember when that happened. Well, you'll get that information for you.
Was it recent?
Oh, last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, last year. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. So, again, with all our applications, staff has technical analysis from all planning review departments and no major concerns for this application. So, therefore, we do recommend approval of this application. And the applicant is here. Do you have any questions of staff?
Yes, Director Wheeler. We received recommended conditions by email, I think yesterday, did we not? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now we've got an approval with 4 conditions.
No, the approval with 5 conditions.
5?
Yeah, so again, we sent it yesterday, but did you not receive it? The updated one?
We sent it out in the paper.
Oh, that's one of the ones you gave us today.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I was still looking at the one I had. All right.
I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Hey, wait till we do one till midnight. It's happened.
Don't put that in the atmosphere.
All right.
Again, you have any questions of staff, and the applicant is here too.
Okay. I have no questions?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a question for the director.
Okay.
So and correct me, but did you say the minimum size lot is 6.9 to build a house?
So it's 0.69. So
0.69.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. For the R1 zoning classification.
Okay.
And so in the staff recommendations, I see proposed development number 2 consists of reduced lot sizes of 0.61.
So they're doing 3 lots. So again, so R1, that's the requirement. The applicant's doing 0.61. So they would need a variance approval from the Board of Adjustment. We are stating that we're still in approval of this, but they would just need a approval of the lot size.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are the
Okay.
lot sizes of the adjacent homes?
So the minimum was 0.69.
It was, okay.
Yep.
So,
Most of Lambeth Estates is that, of that breakdown, is it not?
Yeah, yes, sir. So in each subdivision plat, usually you have your minimum lot size, but then they can vary depending on the layout of the property. So you may get a corner lot that may be bigger than the normal everybody else. Like if you notice on the subdivision plat, those lots closer to the entrance of the subdivisions, those are more aligned with what the applicant is proposing. That is the minimum. But as you move further back, they get larger in the back. Again, that's just a kind of a typical development pattern.
Will you print it smaller next time?
Yes, sir.
And some of them are ranches too, so they spread out.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Quite a few ranches.
Like that.
so I have a question on the entryway from Old Salem Road. Have they made a plan to how they would set the houses?
So they will have to get access along Lambeth Way. They won't they can't do access along there. So they have indicated Lambeth Way would be the access point.
Okay, the access point would be where?
Lambeth Way, where
Okay.
where that would be the frontage. That would be where they're accessing onto the site.
Where the
Into the subdivision. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Because I did that drive-by yesterday too.
Lambeth Way, right through there.
Yeah, that's the old from the house and so forth. That's the old from the old site plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the applicant is here, you say?
Yes, come on up. Yes.
I'm just trying to build 3 homes. The one that was there, built in 1964. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Sean Schick. I'm Edwin Schick's son. I'm from Conyers. Actually, talking about my kids actually went to Lorraine and Davis, and I graduated from Heritage High School, so been here like 40 years.
Wow.
So, yeah, a long time. Actually knew Randy Pointer and Bud Sosby and a lot of familiar faces.
What year did you graduate Heritage?
91. So just basically the house burned down November. I couldn't even think about that. And so instead of it's 2 acres, pretty big. So it'd be best to kind of what we're trying to do is just mirror the houses across the street. It's just basically just kind of do the same thing and put 3 houses versus 1.
Makes sense.
So that's about it.
Okay. Anybody have anything? Any questions?
Are you planning to adhere to the neighboring communities HOA or anything like that? Or are you just going to have 3 standalone houses with their own?
Actually, I had an interesting call today. And yeah, we basically want to make all the homes actually same size, same look. We'll get the exterior pretty much the same. I mean, some of these were built in I think the newest one was built 4 years ago, directly across the street. But the other ones were probably built 20 years ago. So we'll get as close as we can. There's 2 other homes that are being built in the subdivision, and they're a little different, but they're going to be 2,000 plus square foot homes.
But would you require your lot? Would they adhere to the HOA or?
Well, so
is there an HOA?
There is, and it's kind of I don't want to say it's $48 a year, which basically is about 12 cents a day. So it's not really a whole lot that they do in there, and it's not just because there's not a lot to manage, basically. So one of the things is when they do, what they do is on the one side is they did put some hedges up. So that's kind of like what they do. They kind of trim those up on the side that we would actually enter. So I'd have to work that out with the land, but I'm really not sure of how that would work, because the main entrance was on Old Salem Road. That was the main entrance. But to make it look the best for the subdivision, and even though we're not a part of the subdivision, it would be best to come in on Lambeth Way. that's what makes sense.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you.
yep.
Thank you.
We have one person sign up and speak in opposition, Mr. Todd Sheen. Yep.
What was that last name?
Shane,
Shing, okay?
good evening to the commission. Thank you for being here and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I also want to thank the people in the zoning and planning office who were very kind to speak to me earlier today and provide me with all the information associated with the application. I serve, again, my name Todd Shane, my address 2309 Normandy Court, Southeast, and that is within the Lambeth Estates subdivision. With the trust of my community, for the past 3 years, I've served as both the president and the chairman of the board for the board of directors of the Homeowners Association. Now, a little bit of confusion in watching your proceedings tonight to decide how to proceed, so I'm going to try to just bifurcate it. In the first sense, if the application is to be considered specific to its proposal, and the proposal in the situation as it's been mentioned by
You need to direct your towards us.
by Mr. Schick as well as the department head. The proposal is for entrances to this suggested rezoning to allow 3 homes to be off of Lambeth Way. Now, of course, if you take a look at the plat as well as the documents from the engineer that were submitted, that was, I suppose, hired by Ms. Schick, there is actually homeowners association property that is between Lambeth Way and this property. So if it's a situation where this commission must consider the rezoning request based upon the submission of the parties, then I don't believe the commission has anything other but the choice to decline or to refuse to allow the zoning change. No provision has been made, no discussions have been had that would allow anybody to come across our property or to use any portion of our property to access this one particular lot. It's not that we're against it, and I'm not here to speak against the application from a sense of disallowing it for the density that it proposes. We are a subdivision, we are contiguous, adjacent to this property, and we have homes that are, most of our lots are a little bit bigger, most of our lots are about 1 acre, but the types of houses otherwise may be similar to what he's going to do. But any suggestion by Mr. Schick or the applicant that they will adhere to our covenants, and otherwise, they don't even know our covenants. They don't even know anything about it. They've never made the courtesy effort to make any contact with us, notwithstanding the knowledge that they can't come into their property from Lambeth Way without our approval, because they have to buy our property in order to get in. So the only suggestion that could be considered by this commission, I'm not trying to restrict your analysis, or you could correct me if I'm wrong, would be a suggestion to allow the rezoning based on ingress-egress to Old Salem Road. And in that one respect, I would oppose the suggestion for the reason of traffic congestion. As this commission probably is aware, a number of different subdivisions of townhouses have been begun on Flat Shoals Road, which is just to the north of the entrance to this property, and there's a controlled intersection there. And there's another subdivision of townhouses further north on Old Salem Road before you get to the intersection of the 2138. Things are getting very congested as they are. Given the consideration that at Courtesy Lane there's going to be a new overpass over the 20, there's going to be even more traffic in this area. So having more cars come on and try to enter Old Salem Road at that particular point where the ingress-egress is now established is a danger, because they're going to be trying to cut into traffic. There's a left turn lane going northbound on Old Salem, and if people start to cut that off, they're going to inhibit traffic moving southbound on Old Salem. Now that Salem Road's going to be improved and there's going to be more subdivisions down there, Old Salem's going to get even more congested. So it's going to be a safety issue. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not a daily commuter, but somebody's going to get hurt there. So there's a good reason, safety-wise, to not allow a subdivision of the suggested portion that is within the petition. Now, I took the opportunity today, based upon my review at the planning office of the application, to initiate a call to Ms. Schick. And Mr. Schick was very kind to pick up, very gentlemanly in our conversation. I told him that, listen, we are willing as a community, me as the president and the executive decision maker for the board and the chairman of the board, I've been in consultation with our board that we perhaps would consider allowing perhaps a new street entrance somewhere along the line of Lambeth Way after the entrance into our community, which he could then serve his 3 houses from that point of view. No problem with that. I'm not here to try to inhibit them from being able to use their property in a more substantial, if we shall say, more asset-bearing way. That's everybody's right. And there are houses that are on smaller portions of property, and as long as they, proceed with the necessary reviews to allow for what is not allowed right now as far as sizes of subdivided parcels, that's up to the county to decide. I'm not here to prohibit that or speak against that. But in that case, one of the recommendations, if it turns out to be an approval of the petition, amongst the thoughtful recommendations made by the department and the staff, I would ask for one thing in particular, and in substantiation of this request for an added condition, it's more of a modification of a condition. For all the years that I've lived in this particular community, I got there in 2016, this property was at one time a rental property, and we had an absentee owner situation. Ms. Schick has been in Florida for many, many years. Mr. Schick could, in rebuttal, he could maybe explain a little bit better, but the people that they allowed on the property had free-range chickens running all over the place. They had decrepit boats. They had non-functional cars. The place was a tragic wreck, and it, quite frankly, is not a surprise that the place burned down. The police had tape over it for weeks and weeks trying to figure out who burnt it. Doesn't really matter to me. It was an eyesore to begin with. So I think it's a great idea for them to rebuild there, whether it's 1, whether it's 3. If it's 3, they don't have our permission. They don't have any agreement with us to come into Lambeth in that particular spot. As a matter of fact, when you turn into the community, because there's a hedgerow there and desperate overhanging of trees, which is going to be the condition that I would suggest be made, that not only that the vegetation or trees be maintained, but you can see that there's been desperate overhangs over Lambeth Way, where you've got dropping trees and limbs, substantial trees and very mature trees, that are destroying our hedges. We've had to spend thousands of dollars over the past couple of years to replace hedges because we could never get in contact with Ms. Schick, being an absentee owner. So we've never had anybody in contact, so we've been sucking wind on that. Now, as Mr. Schick explained, our homeowners association fees are only $45 a year because we don't have a lot of open space or common space to have to maintain. But the place that we do maintain is our front entrance. It's a nice front entrance, it's all stone built out, nice shrubbery, long hedgerows, probably about 400 feet. This is the side of Lambeth Way that he would like to come in on. But as you come into that community, it's nice to have a nice pastoral setting. So the overhang of the trees, as a matter of fact, 2-3 months ago, I had to go out there with another volunteer from the community and cut pieces down of limbs overhanging Lambeth Way because people couldn't see coming into the community. You couldn't get farther enough in. Somebody could be approaching or somebody be pulling out of the driveway and could have gotten killed. So a volunteer and myself went out and got up on our ladders and we got our little pole saws and we pulled it all down and cut it to be safe. But part of my suggestion is there's going to be an approval that it be with the condition added that the trees that are overhanging our property be cut back to be safe and stable. There's additional problematic vegetation that's on the Old Salem side because nothing's ever been done. It's just desperately overgrown. So, of course, as you're coming to our community southbound on Old Salem, it's unsightly until you get to the area that we maintain. So I'd ask that recommendations be made that as this proceeds perhaps to approval and site plan and building permit, that some suggestion or requirement be made that these dangerous falling limbs and trees be maintained and cut back in a fashion that would make it safe for our community. Other than that, again, I didn't come here this evening to oppose in general. I just want to make sure that this commission is considering the actual facts, because the submission as it is stated is misleading, to say the least. He doesn't have the right to do what he is suggesting. Unless, he has the right to rezone. If he does these things and he gets his variance, let him rezone. He doesn't have the right to ingress egress to Lambeth Way. So that should not be part of your consideration as you determine whether or not to approve or otherwise consider this permit. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to submit the pictures that I have of all the overhanging trees and otherwise.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him a question?
Can you
Yes.
do some clarification for us on this?
Any questions?
I had a question regarding, you said that you were going to only allow one curb cut if you all, or he will be allowed 3 curb cuts.
We would rather one,
So
because the first 2 homes, if you take a look at the proposed site plan, if you will, as you come into our community, the first lot that would be designated for a driveway to Lambeth is only within 100 some odd feet of the actual entrance. So people coming in, they're gonna hit it real quick. Someone's coming in there, and there's, someone's coming home, maybe a little tired, a little excited. Somebody's gonna get in trouble there. The notion of somebody leaving the community, there's a lot of sight line coming from a stop sign further into the community on the exit to the community. You can see the entrance exit for thousands of feet. So there's plenty of sight line there. But somebody coming into the community, coming southbound or taking a left turn if they're going northbound on Old Salem, coming into our community, that first driveway or second drive is going to come up very quickly. It's something we could consider, but as far as the safety of our community is concerned, and given the fact that it's been there for about 35 years and people are accustomed to that nice pastoral hedgerow, and a lot of efforts have been made to maintain it, it's going to be hard for me to convince people to allow that driveway area to come out onto Lambeth. But a new street, if you will, pipes down coming off of Lambeth, further down near to the area where the property ends at its westernmost side. I want to give a buffer to the homeowner that would be next to that spot, but then they could do a pipe stem there and come up go northbound up that west side, and then come eastbound on the north side of the property with a driveway that could serve those properties from that side. But we're going to do what we can to maintain that hedgerow, more than likely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question. So I thought I heard you say that, I'm looking at the site map and the 3 lots.
Yes.
Did you say somewhere in the middle of this is HOA property?
If you look at the right-of-way for Lambeth Way itself, or Lambeth, I think it's Lambeth Drive or Lambeth Street, Lambeth Drive. Between Lambeth Drive and that right-of-way and the property that is the petitioner's property, there is an area approximately, it's anywhere between 12 to 15 feet deep where this hedgerow is located. That is HOA property. So if you take a look at the plat and you take a look at his survey that he submitted, you'll see a narrow strip of land. Now, if you use the scale and look at it narrowly on the particular submissions, and it looks like a tiny little thing, but it's probably about 15 feet deep. I don't have a measuring device to tell you exactly how deep it is, and nor did I step it off before I came to this meeting. But it's about 15 feet deep, where that is something that was part of the original property that was subdivided to create Lambeth Estates, and it's been so maintained for 35 years now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do y'all pay taxes on it?
I think we do. We pay for the water when we water the shrubs, do all kinds of good stuff.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
You want to explain this to us?
Yeah. Yes, sir. So we have no records indicating that the land strip that the gentleman is pointing out is maintained by the HOA. All land that is in the city of Conyers or county, you have to have access to public right of way. And indicating on the plat, again, the bold line, that is the end of the property line, and everything inside going along Lambeth Way, that is the public right-of-way maintained by the county or maintained by the city. The only time that would come up if the subdivision is a private gated community. Other than that, you have to have access to the public right-of-way. Again, we have no documentation to support what the opposition is stating at this point in time. Again, so the county believe that, again, it's a public right of way, so therefore the property owner has access to Lambeth Way and to I believe Old Salem Road as well too, because even though there's a site plan, it is when you plat a subdivision, it is what it's been platted with.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that is what has been platted and what has been created. If you kind of indicated where the line is, the large line is, that is shows you indicated that the 1.9 acres is not part of the Lambeth estate. That's a property in itself, but it lasts frontage on Lambeth Way because, again, you cannot block a property to have public access unless it is a private gated community. As last time I checked, this is not a private gated community, so therefore the property owner can have access to Lambeth Way if they choose to. For the curb cuts, that would be up to the Rockdale County Department of Transportation to determine that. They would want to determine if the point of access as far as the curb cuts and so forth. Again, Department of Transportation has not provided any comments. They believe they have any concerns with this application.
Yeah, I can see where they might come back and say that first lot might require a curb cut on Old Salem and not Lambeth Way.
Right. Yeah.
And then the other two would be all right to have a curb cut on the inside.
Yes, sir. Well, that's up
That's
to
up
them.
to RDOT.
Yeah, that's up to RDOT. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. All right.
No, sir. Again, no, sir. Not at this time. The applicant does have time left over for rebuttal as well,
Okay.
too.
All
I
right.
apologize. I came out beforehand. I apologize for that.
Do you have anything else to say in this regard?
Yeah, well, he was right. We had bad weathers. Sir. I'm sorry. We had an eviction. They were squatters for over a year and a half. We've been trying for like 3 years. It's just been a nightmare. And my mom is in Florida, and when she does come, she's 75. It's kind of not like always on her mind. This was kind of an investment property, and it just it got out of hand. It was, and I wanted to do this years ago, and we finally so it's over. As far as the hedges, it's 2 feet from the road, and then also too the first house as you come in, the driveway that we would submit would be passed farther down than the driveway that's already there closest to Old Salem Road. So the safety factor, I don't believe that. I think, yeah, you have a bigger site as you're leaving the subdivision because it's straighter, but as you come in, you still have to slow down. In a subdivision, you have corner lots. People live on corner lots. So the driveway would probably at least be 100 feet, I'm guessing, but it'd be farther. It'd be past the one that's already there on the opposite side. That's about it.
Anybody else have any questions of Mr. Stick? Okay. Any discussion? Okay. We'll look for a motion. Do I hear a motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the rezoning regarding REZ 2024-12 for 1.9 acres from agricultural residential district to R1 single-family residential district for the development of 3 single-family residences.
With the 5 conditions?
With the 5 conditions.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of the approval of REZ 2024-12, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Item is approved. We go on to R4.
Congratulations to our new planning commissioners. You made it.
And it's not midnight.
The last case on the agenda is RZ 2024-14. The applicant is Faith Deliveries Corp. and S3 Transportation LLC. The applicant is seeking to rezone the 7.6 acres from R1 to M1 limited industrial for the proposed use of a trucking business operation. As you can see, the applicant has frontage along, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The applicant has frontage along Southwest Old Covington Highway. It is located in a very industrial and commercial area, as you can see, as R1's property located, but further out you can see limited industrial zoning, as well as to the north and commercial to the south. I want to make a note that adjacent to the property is the Wilson Academy, so that is the R1. That is the R1 zoning abutting the subject property to the north. But everything else to the south, even though it has the R1 zoning, they're currently operating in a non-residential use at this point in time. The future land use map, as you can see, everything in the surrounding area is either commercial mixed use, limited industrial, high density, or office institutional. I apologize if you can't really see it. This is the proposed site plan for the applicant has projected to you. As indicated, the applicant is looking to do a truck parking at this subject property. The development will consist of truck parking lots between 10 to 22 trucks. The existing residential structure will remain but utilized as an office space. There will be a 75-foot transitional buffers located to the north of the adjacent property, which would be the Wilson Academy's property. The applicant does propose to do an 8-foot tall solid fence or wall adjacent to the residential zone property. Then besides the transitional buffer, they propose to do a 50-foot buffer, undisturbed and supplemental planted buffer with that. There will be a water quality control detention pond on the area, and then access to the site would be from both points of access. You can come back and see would be again along Southwest Old Covington Highway. Specifically, there would be where I can find it at. Be left on. That's not the correct one. Apologize. So it'll be a left on Old Covington, and then it'll be another left. So it'll be. I apologize. I can't read my own handwriting. I'm sure the applicant was mistaken. I apologize for that. That's very unprofessional. But the applicant did indicate that traveling along Old Covington Highway would not go past the school. So again, it would be utilizing the access point to I-20, which would be to the southern part of the property. So if you're looking at it from this vantage standpoint, they would make a right, or I guess from making a right towards the south, and then get on the access point to access I-20. So there's no need to go north on Old Covington Highway, as indicated by the applicant. Yes, doctor.
Yes, I have a question. So, like I say, I've been doing my drive-bys.
Yes, ma'am.
So, if you're coming from I-20 going west, and you're making a left
yes,
on Old Covington Highway.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying that the trucks cannot go past Wilson Academy?
No, he indicated he's not going past Wilson Academy. It's for the simple fact it's easier to get to I-20 by just making a right out on the property. So if he's on the property, he's going to make a right out on the property and get easy access to I-20 instead of making a left onto Covington Highway. And I apologize if I butchered that, because I think I might have said left on Old Covington when I think they meant a right. I apologize.
So how can that be monitored, though, if they're coming out of their driveway not to go past Wilson Academy?
That would be something will be hard to monitor, but I'm just telling you what the applicant has indicated in the application.
And then do they state what type of trucks? Tractors?
Yes, the applicant will state what type of trucks it is. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Chris,
Thank you.
The applicant was here before. I'm not quite sure how long ago, but
yes, ma'am. It was here before. Yes, ma'am.
You're going to allow him to tell us what changes? We had some concerns, and we had several concerns, and so you want me to just speak to him as
I will let the applicant be able to explain you if there are any changes or if it's the exact same application and so forth. Yeah.
All right.
Before we do all that, again, I just wanted to say, again, staff did recommend approval with, I believe it is 10 conditions. Again, other planning review departments did not have any major comments for the application.
Good evening. My name is Hugo Gonzalez. I live in 2502 Flat Shoals Road, Conyers, Georgia, 30094. Do we have my presentation? I got this. Yeah. Oh.
Right. This is like 6 pages in. Okay. It's back under the, go back from the very beginning. Okay. Very beginning, it's like 6 in.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening to you all, and it's a pleasure to be here again. So we're proposing to rezone from residential to light industrial in order to establish our business, which is a trucking company. The question about the trucks is exactly as the one you can look in the picture. It's a 18-wheeler, and we're a family business. We've been operating in the state of Georgia for the past 10 years. I do work again with my family. My mother, my wife work at the company with me. And next, please. So the purpose of the rezoning is to accommodate our fleet. I do know there were a few concerns last year about the use of this property. It is not a truck stop, it's not a public property, it's not a parking for any third parties or different fleets than ours. It's going to be complete private. There will be fence. It's going to be gated with cameras and lights, and there won't be any drivers overnighting in the property. And again, it's exclusively for our use only. So I would like to show you this map. I'm quite sure that you are all familiar with it. And next to us, we have the Wilson Academy. I was able to talk with Mr. Wilson yesterday. We were addressing his concerns as far as security, as far as having a public property there where any kind of people could come in, and also about traffic. Now, something that I would like you to see is our neighbors besides the Wilson Academy. And we have right here on 235 a M2 industrial property, which is for heavy use. It's Yellowwood, and I've been counting probably 40 to 70 trucks, same size trucks coming in and out all day. We do have Kenco, 20-acre property, zone M1, with more than 50 doors for shipping and receiving, for 18-wheelers as well. You can see the trailers parking all day over there, empty, and they load until 11 p.m. We do have another trucking company with 180 trucks and more than 800 trailers, same size as ours, less than half a mile. Actually, it's a quarter mile away from us, just in front of this Yellowwood industry. Next, please. So, as Christopher mentioned before, we are committed to all the recommendations. The biggest buffer that we have will be against the Wilson Academy, which will consist in walls and in trees to avoid any disturbance with the school. Our entrance is going to be on the right, so our natural way to the highway is going to be taking a right, making a right on Old Covington Highway and going to I-20. There will be no idling on the premises, since we will be pretty much storing our equipment when our drivers come home, which is probably once a week. Some of them work for weeks at a time on the road, so there won't be any problems with traffic. We're a small business. We don't have a big fleet, and We don't hold any hazmat materials. And next, please. So we've been increasingly, again, we're a small business, but we're hiring local drivers living in the Rockdale County. So this site will increase our efficiency as far as deliveries. We go to different places. We pretty much hold food and supplies for the community in the area. We go to the Walmart, Publix, and these places. And well, this request that we are making aligns with the light industrial future land use, and of course supports a logical development pattern consistent with the area's industrial trend. Next, please. Thank you for supporting small businesses, local business growth, and community development, and that will be it for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you're totally aware of the conditions, the 10 conditions that the planning department has put onto your recommendations.
Yes, sir, I am.
Item 10, quite lengthy, regarding lighting. Are you totally going to be? Would you be totally compliant with that? Being able to do that?
Totally, yes, sir, 100%.
Okay. How do you propose to make sure that your drivers go in one way and out the other?
Well, it's just the most logical. It makes no sense to go to the left because we need to get as fast as possible to the highway.
Okay.
And we will be hitting traffic if we make a left.
What about your drivers coming in?
Say that
If your
again.
drivers are coming in, why wouldn't they come from Turner Hill? If your drivers are coming in, why wouldn't they come from Turner Hill and go past the school and past the transportation that has 60 doors already? So you can't stop. I mean, there's no way to monitor the drivers coming in. You're speaking to the drivers leaving the facility.
And coming in as well is, I mean, the most logical way to get to that place is on exit
There's no way to
78.
monitor
It would
that.
be, I would say, irrational to make a left.
I just have a question because last time the concern was you had refrigerated trucks and you said pretty much they was making local deliveries. So they're not making local deliveries anymore now, they're long haul drivers?
Well, yes, we do have refrigerated trailers, and what we do with them is cross-country loads. So we get produce in the northwestern states, Oregon, Washington, and most of the freight goes to the Dacula distribution center for Publix. So what we do is we deliver the loads, and as soon as the trucks get empty, we head to the terminal so the drivers can go home.
So when the trucks come to the site, there'll be empty trucks?
Empty trucks, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You know, there's a 60-door, you saying you're being compatible with the area, but there's a 60-door warehouse right there, and they can't get in pretty much past 11 o'clock, so they park up and down Old Covenant Highway. So as far as trucks and vehicles and residential neighborhoods, neighbors getting out, there's an issue because you got trucks parked all the way up and down that highway, and to somebody come in at 7 or 8 o'clock and open that facility. You got the school there, the private school there. So you got cars coming out and trying to go around these trucks that are waiting to get into the facility. Yes, the area is industrial, but there's already implication, issues and problems that are going on there that's impacting the area.
So the entrance to the property won't be exactly blocking. I mean, the trucks wouldn't have to stop in order to get into the property because we're just making enough space for them to turn and not being blocking Old Covington Highway. Yes.
But it's residents all through there. We already spoke on the residents already in the neighborhood earlier today. The only way that they can get out of those neighborhoods is the same way that you're getting out, sir. We all want to get out the neighborhood. So we're already impacted by a 60-door warehouse, and you stated yourself, they come in and out all day long.
Yes.
They
and
wait
the
until
200.
they open the facilities. You got you got Yellowwood there that we're not even speaking to.
Mm-hmm.
They come in and out the same way.
And there's also volume
Yeah,
transportation.
you got a leeway driveway going over here behind the Texaco. So you're
It's
coming up to
true.
the backside of the Texaco, and that's where you're gonna. I'm assuming that's where you're gonna park. Where your house is, where the house is, it's like two different lots. You got the house right behind the Texaco, and then you got another entrance a little bit door, and then you got the school. All those individuals that live in that neighborhood have to get out the same way.
So we don't have anyone living next to us.
Okay, nobody's living in the neighborhood. But you said your office, you got an office building that's gonna be there, right?
There was an existing house which we intend to use as office. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm speaking to, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, but everybody's trying to get out the same way. There's, Rockdale don't have anything to change the infrastructure that's cited in the near future. We're all trying to get out of that neighborhood on Old Covenant Highway and making a right onto Sigma Road and to
Yes.
go on 20.
Yes.
Easy access, as you said.
Yes, and
So now
I
we're gonna
think-
be limited to our easy access. The neighbor's gonna be limited to their easy access because we're impacting the neighborhood even further than what it's already impacted.
I understand.
And so some of the same concerns was the same time. And sir, it's not this has been brought up, this same property has been brought up 4 times within the last 5 years.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
We
when
actually
prior
bought
to-
the
it was
property
gonna be a dump truck site
from a
prior.
family living
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Prior was gonna be a dump truck site. They was gonna bring dump trucks in. So they came to the board twice. And they was
didn't know.
concerned about the dirt and the road not being gravel and not being pavement. So it's not the first time this particular site has been brought to the board. So the concern is people getting out of the neighborhood. That's a two-lane, it don't even have anything.
Where is the neighborhood? The Meadows neighborhood?
Yeah, sir, yeah. Have you been through the neighborhood? Have you rode around anything?
Well, the only one
Lake
that I've
Capri
seen
is
in
over
the
there.
area is the
Lake
Meadows.
Glen Meadows is over there. You got Farmer Road. You got homes that have been over there for 100 years. There's a lot of black history over there.
Okay.
A lot of history. Let me put it like that. Homes been over there for over 100 years.
I understand.
They've been in the area for years. I'm not
Well,
sorry
I
they
do
couldn't be
understand that
represented here tonight.
the county's
Because-
planning is towards light industrial in the area, not
Yeah,
residential anymore.
But we embrace light industrial, but have a 60-door facility for a transportation site. The trucks move off. So we've embraced residential.
Okay.
Rockdale has embraced that. I mean, the neighbors have embraced that.
I understand.
There used to be, those 60 doors, a couple of years ago, that used to be wooded area with one residence. And then 60-door transportation facility, and the road has never changed. It's still a 2-lane highway. There has been no changes. So what we keep doing is putting industrial on top of industrial, the same type of industrial, 18-wheelers coming and going. And so that's impacting the neighborhood as people able to get out. Everybody want the same thing that they've already invested in. Way to get out easy.
Thank you.
And I think I can piggyback on that as well. Given that you're parallel to 20 right there,
Mhm.
everybody, when there's traffic, everybody goes down that street. It's not, so I don't see any reason why the trucks wouldn't do the same thing. We have lots of traffic on 20, they just divert to Old Covington.
Yeah, it's a DOT highway, Old Covington Highway.
Yeah. So my concern is the traffic, not your facility.
No, totally no, and I know where you're coming from, and our fleet size is, I would say, way too small. And as far as traffic, our drivers come pretty much once a week during the weekends for their home time. So it's not like we're going to be having a lot of traffic with the fleet size we have.
How many trucks do you have?
We have 20 trucks at the moment, and we're not looking to increase our
Those 20
fleet
trucks will
size.
just be there once a week.
I would say half of them are OTR drivers, which means over the road, and they stay weeks at a time on the road. So some of them, they don't even live in a state, and they take their trucks home in Texas and different places. We just need a safe place to locate our equipment.
It's no way to regulate that. Whether it's 20 trucks, whether it's 40 trucks, whether they come and go, how often they come and go. And that's the same thing that they sold the community on the 60-door warehouse site that's less than a quarter of a mile away from you. They come all day and night, all time of day. They park all up and down the road.
I've counted hundreds of trucks going through Old Covington Highway.
Yeah, so it's just,
and we have, again, a big trucking company of more than 150 trucks nearby.
Yeah, so it's just we keep impacting the neighborhood, but the infrastructure is not
It is
changing.
true, but I don't see a big difference or any impact by adding 20 trucks that are not coming at the same time on the same day. I mean, it's not going to happen.
And my thought process is, and I can respect your thought process too, because you're the closest one to the highway. Imagine the people from Lake Capri coming through that's behind you to get to the highway.
Yeah.
Every time in the morning time, if you listen to the news, they say 20 is backed up, get on Old Covenant Highway.
No, I get what you're saying. The thing is that the possibility is that you see one of our trucks every morning. It's not gonna happen.
Well, why would you? What that business wouldn't be feasible if you only gonna get one truck every. Why would you? Why would you impact the area or want to impact the area if you're only gonna have 20 trucks come in once a week?
Because they come on different days.
Then you say 10, you may not get 10, but why, if that's the case, well, why couldn't you go further out? Why would you have to be so close to the interstate, so close to the city?
Well, that is the property that we was able to buy.
Because the last time, as I recall, it was saying because it was close to the highway, it's close to the city, and we move around, and it's the location. It's an awesome location for your business, but it's a bad location for the neighborhood.
I don't see it that way. I'm sorry about that. And I'm not trying to sell like some story. I'm just trying to go after facts as well. And I know you're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But this is a small fleet. You won't see like a line of trucks coming in and out to get to that place.
Once you get approved, there's no way to regulate it.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
There's no way to regulate it. There's no way to say,
It's the same as the other trucking companies in the area. I'm not the only one. How do you know volume is not going to have 400 trucks in the next 5 years? So.
That's why I'm opposed to it.
Okay.
Because there's no way to regulate
and
it.
I respect that.
Mm-hmm. It's just, I'm just saying, that's my thought process. It's just, it's problematic. Because every time if it hasn't been developed before, because it's problematic.
I respect your point of view. I'm trying to give you facts and the data as far as traffic, how my business operates. I'm under the impression that no matter what I say, I'm going to convince you. So it's fine.
But I don't. Last time you were here, I don't know if any of those the issues were addressed. We asked for cameras. We said the kids. We said the motors was running on the trucks. We said that
they were proposing a maximum amount of trucks that I could park on this place, and I do remember they were suggesting 60. However, I do not intend to have that size of a business. We're a small business. We want to enjoy life. We don't want to commit all our lives to operating a business.
So if a restriction is put on there with no more than 10 trucks at any time, is that a recommendation? Would you be able to abide by that?
I think that I would go with it. Mind this, during Christmas time or Thanksgiving, it's the time where all of them come to spend time with their families. But I would totally sign if there is no more than 30 trucks on site at any time.
I said 10.
We have 20,
Okay.
and they are coming for the holidays to spend time with their families.
All right.
And you
Anybody
said
else
how
have
many,
questions?
you have 60 bays?
It's 60 bays, is a couple of doors down.
That's not his.
Oh, okay. I think I was
No,
thinking-
it's the Kenco Distribution Center.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
So
If
how,
we, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, how are you conducting business currently?
Say that again, sir.
How are you currently conducting business?
Well, we are renting a space on 124, Highway 124 North. That's the opposite side of the Stonecrest Mall. It's been quite hard, to be honest with you all. Paying a mortgage on the property and also paying for parking, and we don't have the financial muscle to sustain that kind of expense.
If we put a restriction, his current 20 right now. But I think the way he operates business, it doesn't sound like he's going to have that big an impact on the truck traffic. Sound like the 60 Bay guys, the ones that messing it all up. Is it not?
But they're there,
Yeah.
and we've honored it.
Well,
And no, there's no way to regulate that 20 trucks will be there in December, 40 trucks will be there in December. If a business, he's in business to make business. So the business is gonna grow, he's gonna grow the business. And you know, as I'm saying, it was participation from the neighborhood. It's like they've been here 4 times. I've been on the board, and I've been here 4 times with the same thing. So you wear a person down there sometimes.
Well, this is my second. Sorry to
Not,
interrupt.
but it was sold because first it was a dump truck business. They was gonna want to be there because they was working on 20 and wanted to be an easy access to the dump trucks.
yeah.
Then that didn't pass through. Then he sold the business. It came back again. It's been
And he
here.
bought this is his second time that he's been.
He's been second time, but before I mean, the request for it to be zoned as 18-wheeler,
2 different businesses.
but it's the same. It don't matter. It's the same type of business. I'm not really against him. I'm against the type of business.
Well, dump trucks and 18-wheelers is 2 different kinds of business. You got to consider.
It's still coming in on our. I mean, Chris gonna say we're getting sidetracked. Okay.
Yeah, we do have people who sign up for opposition, so I think it's important to allow them to speak, and then and then you can get into discussion and so forth, because there's a lot of questions and answers, but we do have people who sign up in opposition. So I want to get
How many we got? 2. Okay. Bring them on.
The first person is Mr. Kenneth Hall.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It's almost 10 o'clock. As it's already been stated, it's been 4 times. The gentleman that's on the docket tonight has been here twice. That 60-bay distribution center, like she stated, I live on Lake Rockaway, right across from her subdivision. When I get up to go to work, it's lined up with trucks that can't get in with a key code. That Wilson Academy is sitting there, like has already been stated. Volume has a ton of trucks off Plunkett, and we already have a ton of trucks turning from Georgia Pacific, Yellowwood. When that expressway is backed up, and it is every day with the construction now, just reiterating, they all come down Covington Highway West. We've got that brand new 2 distribution centers right up at Turner Hill that haven't opened yet. There's nothing there. We can't take much more of this. When the train comes through, it's bad enough. But all of that traffic, no, can't do it. You shouldn't do it. You've denied this before. Why are we entertaining approving this now? It's a no-brainer for everybody else. A lot of people have left. There's only 2 of us left here. We had a lot more people the first time. Now, I just happen to be driving down the street. There's 2 new signs, and one of the signs had July dates. The other sign closest to Wilson Academy had white tape with Sharpie. So I had to call. They said, oh, that's the correct dates. I said, well, who handwrote that? Because you really can't read it. So we don't have that many people here tonight, and it's 10 o'clock. We really need, I hated that he bought property, but he's already up on 124. Sell it. That's all you need to do. That's my point.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Mr. Johnny Smith.
Few of you guys I recognize, and I've seen you here before, and I'm sure you've seen me. Thank you for having me here this late hour. And I have spoken, and I need to speak again. Stop over industrializing Rockdale. Stop it. Planning is a proactive activity. Planning means to go out, find ideas for a better Rockdale. I live between this proposal and the proposal for the data center. I'm within a half a mile of both of those. I've been here for 4 years, and I've been before this board more than I care to do. But I'm feeling that I cannot tell people to come to Rockdale with the fear of being over-industrialized and where you're gonna live. Change your mindset. Improve it. There's Yellowwood. I fought Yellowwood expansion. I fought Hydro X expansion for rezoning. I'm fighting data center expansions. Yeah, it's okay to get one data center because then you start balancing this thing. You say, okay, do I want a truck parking lot or do I want a data center? Because you can't keep saying no to everything. I'm pro-business. 2 master's degrees in business. So I am pro-business and I understand what businesses do for your county. But you have to consider the residents. And you have to hear their voices. And people are getting tired. Because this is, to her point, not the first time we've come before this board to oppose this rezoning. Yeah, I can guarantee you and I can say to you right now, I will not make a left turn on Old Covington Highway. But we know that's a lie. It's Atlanta traffic. You're gonna get out the best way you can, and everybody makes a left when I-20 is backed up. So I vehemently oppose this proposal. Thank you for hearing me, and have a good night.
Thank you for being patient and coming out. Is that 60 bay thing in Rockdale County or DeKalb?
Which one?
That's 60 bays.
Oh, it's in Rockdale.
It's in Rockdale?
Yeah, it's just up the street from the location. Yes, sir.
There's another one right on the street on Turning Hill and Old Covington. It's massive.
And that's one that's not open yet,
It's
right?
not open yet.
I'm not sure if it's open, but
Okay. All right.
The applicant does have 6 minutes for rebuttal. If he wants to come back up and speak for rebuttal, if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to, sir.
If there's any more questions, is there any other question?
What else could you do with that property if you weren't doing trucking, right?
Well, that's the business I've been working
Yeah,
for
I understand.
over a decade. Yes, sir.
I understand.
Yeah, and we pretty much carefully choose the right property a few years ago.
Right. Okay. Does anybody else have questions of Mr. Gonzalez?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, public comment is closed at this time. Director Wheeler?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, no, ma'am. Sorry. Yes, sir.
You just got insulted now.
Really late.
Wait till that thing hits midnight, then you can do that.
Do you have any questions of staff? If not, then you can open up for discussion.
I have no questions. Anybody got any questions of the director? Okay. Anybody got anything to say? Are we ready for a motion? Here, nobody wants to say?
I have something to say.
Okay, say it away.
Okay, we're here for rezoning of this property, Faith Deliverance Court. And from my understanding, I've heard the opposals and I've heard the comments, but we're here for rezoning, and that area that I have taken a look at is, from the map, is mostly showing industrial outside of a couple of residential areas, 2322 Old Covenant Highway and 2360 Old Covenant Highway and 2272 South Old Covenant Highway, and Wilson Academy being next door. And even with all the other areas, the stone cabinetry business, the service garage repair, the wood product manufacturing, the transportation company, and commercial parking and all that, I just don't see any reason why it shouldn't be rezoned to M1 from R1.
Well, my thought process is, it's not just the rezoning, it's what the type of business they're rezoning it for.
Okay, and so then the other question would be, he said that they would come in and park, you know, like once your drivers come in, they park their tractors, their trucks or whatever, and then they take their car and they go home. But then in the condition, it stated that it should not be a truck stop. So that's number 5. In your approval condition, a truck stop is strictly prohibited. So would that constitute a truck stop also if the...
No,
Okay.
really not.
All right. So with the...
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes.
A truck stop is a public,
I'll explain. So a truck stop is a public area where you can stay the night, and you can it's like kind of a
Has facilities.
it has facilities, has public bathroom, public showers, and so forth. That is not what this is. That is not. Truck stops are prohibited in Rockdale County.
Right.
So.
Okay. So that's my comment, Mr. Chair.
As much as it might be distasteful to rezone this from R1 to M1, I would be in favor of it, and with the conditions, the 10 conditions that they've implied here. I think that at some point, Covington Highway is going to be widened. I mean, it's on the plans to have such widening, but until that happens, it's going to be a mess. I don't know.
I would have to suggest, if that is on the table, to suggest recommendation, I would have to request or even ask that it be reconsidered that the number of trucks be limited. We have to have some type of monitoring there.
How
We
many
have to
trucks,
consider
you
this
say
school.
10, 15?
I would say 10 trucks at any time.
You say you had 20.
Well, you say you got 20, but he may have 30. It's nobody there to monitor the site. And I'm sorry that, our new members haven't seen this on the board and the opposition that the neighbors have fought against this for, but this is the 4th time it's come here. It's 10 o'clock at night. Sometimes people get tired of fighting. but I'm here to fight for them because the impact they will have on this neighborhood is that they can't move.
So I just have a comment. So if we were to add another recommendation, and let me finish, but if we were to add another recommendation to limit the trucks to 20, because that's what he says he has, right? Then he's willing to, so he says, live by that recommendation. And to your point, I get it. Who's going to monitor that, right? I totally understand it. But I sat for 30 minutes in that area on Wednesday. I mean, there are already trucks up and down. What is that? Old Covington Highway, right? Because they go into Yellowwood, and that entire area looks more industrial than anything to me. And I totally get what these gentlemen are saying about, I totally understand it about traffic. But then 20 trucks once a week, if that's what it is, or maybe twice a week, just seems like to me that's minimal impact. And I do agree that we shouldn't over-industrialize, but that Rockdale, but that area is already industrialized.
But I'm asking you guys to come in that neighborhood and you go down there and see the beautiful homes down Lake Rockaway, Lake Capri, off of Farmer Road. And if you had time to sit there for 30 minutes, you don't get out of, I mean, imagine somebody trying to go to work in the morning. Because what I'm asking you to do is come home at 12 o'clock at night and you can't get by, you can't see around because the tractor trailers are out there waiting to get into that complex where 60 doors at. It's a problem. But you're not going to see it at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the daytime. You're going to see it at 12 o'clock at night. It's a problem.
Right, and I don't disagree that there's a problem, because the two gentlemen have expressed it. I've trusted. I believe you. But what I'm saying is 20 trucks once a week, if that, maybe twice, I'll give them that. That's minimal impact to what's already currently going on in that area. That's what I'm saying. The impact is very minimal from my perspective. Now, I don't disagree that traffic's already bad. What I'm saying is, how much worse is 20 trucks once a week or twice a week going to make negatively impact that area?
Because they spoke to it. It may not be in Rockdale County, but it's in DeKalb County. They got 2 already built facilities that are up and ready to go. They're gonna go up and down Covington Highway. They're already built and they're ready to go. And we just, I mean, I can't fight the battle by myself. They're built and ready to go. So if, is that a reason to approve something because we already got a bad situation? Are those grounds for approval? Where do we stop and say, we got a bad situation, let's stop. Let's see, can we begin to correct the situation? I hope that Rockdale vision is more than a tractor trailer parking lot. We can't be everything to everybody. And you want to sell $1 million home on one side of the county, and you want to put a 18-wheeler on every corner in the next county. When you buy into this, I'm sorry, getting personal here. When you buy and make an investment into a home, and I bought that home over 11 years ago, it was nothing like that. It was a residential neighborhood. And just because one person made a decision to sell their lot, and their home estate, because they no longer would be in Rockdale, they told us somebody who did a 60-door 18-wheeler that trucks come and go. That changed my quality of life. It changes what I consider as a good concept of what a good community is in Rockdale. Then on top of that, I got a school where children go every day. Parents come pick up their school, kids from the school, they got to go around 18 wheels all day long. And the school has already been there. So I'm just changing my vision because just because it's already industrial is not a reason to continue the bad situation, the bad decision that's already been made. The 16 door house was a bad decision.
Did we hear that?
Yes, we did, and I voted on it. I made a bad decision. You know what? Because they came first and I said no. And then they came back again, the same thing, and you said,
Chris, yes, I mean, I need to say something.
I know you can't.
I've been fighting for
I know you have, sir,
to
but
build a company for
let him
so
speak.
long.
Yeah,
Let him speak.
Yeah.
I'm on the record. I say technically we should not allow this, but however, go ahead.
And our family, we've been working like crazy. And we chose this property because it is really an industrial zone in this county. We live in this county. We've been living here for 10 years. We've been working so hard on our houses, on our properties. I live myself on a 5-acre property, and I invest and I believe in this county. But that is not an area for residential. That is an industrial area, and there are trucks everywhere, and we should have the same right as anyone else, despite what's going on Old Covington Highway, which is a DOT highway and is supposed to go wider in the future. And I understand the other people's concern. Last year, people came to me after the denial, people who was sitting here like this gentleman, telling me, hey, look, I think what they did with you is wrong. And that is why they're not here today. It's not because of the time, because people will never be tired of fighting for their rights or their community. That is the reason why they're not here today. So I want you to consider this, please. My family, my work, my kids, which they both were born in this city, everything is at stake.
Sir, I'm sorry. I'm a neighbor. I'm a taxpayer. I'm sorry. You brought it to me. Give me an opportunity to say I'm a taxpayer, a home buyer. I live in the community. I try to get out of the neighborhood every day. My husband works, my daughter works, and I have the same compassion for this neighborhood as anyone else.
I understand, Ms. Gooseby. I want to kind of bring this in because I haven't did that tonight. It is important for the commission to understand that we cannot let our personal feelings get involved when we are reviewing these applications. Yes, your passion is necessary, your passion is warranted, but we cannot get caught up in our personal feelings and our personal feelings when it comes to this, because then we are not being objective to the application. I want to reiterate that is not what we are here for. My personal feelings cannot get involved when I'm doing recommendations. As much as I would like my own personal feelings, when I do my recommendations, I cannot let my feelings get involved because that's not what I've been tasked to do. I've been tasked to give an objective look to an application, review it according to the code, to the future comp plan, as well as getting comments from other departments. I understand we are in a time frame where passion runs deep, runs heavy with all these things, but I ask that we take a minute to not get overwhelmed with the passion, but to do our job and objectively review these zoning applications and give our best recommendations. I understand that. I understand, especially for those who live here, who spend time to do this. Again, it is 10:15. I understand that. I'm not even saying 10:15. I mean 10 to 25. Again, I'm just saying, please, let's just kind of just remember that while we're having these discussions and so forth.
Thank you, Chris.
I'd like to bring up something regarding this, and I think what's happening, in my opinion, is that I feel like we're losing the vision. The first rule is consistency with the comprehensive plan. Rockdale has an idea of where we're supposed to go, what we're supposed to do, and how they want to look. And I think that, I remember before I even lived in Rockdale, when I would come up to Rockdale, it looked like a dump. There was no visual appeal to the exits. It was just a bunch of gas stations, vacant land, abandoned buildings. It was nothing. It was attractive. And I remember telling people, I'll never move to Rockdale County. I remember saying that when I lived in Cherokee County. But, and now I'm here. And interestingly enough, the issue is exit 78 is the first exit coming down 20 that says, hello, Rockdale. And we have to be able to say, who are we? What do we look like? I absolutely understand, that trucking businesses, commercial businesses, it's all important. But I think that when people come to the commission, rightfully so, people are looking at their interest. And we've got to, at some point, look at the collective interest of Rockdale County. And I think that somewhere it's getting lost, not with you all, from the trucking stop. It's not necessarily the business, but what about the traffic? It's the people, it's the children, it's the amenities, it's all of those things that make our community better. And we have this laid out in the comp plan. So it should be really hard for us to decide against it, because I think that's where we want Rockdale to be. And if we keep, unless it's a considerable situation, I think that we need to pay attention to the comp plan, take it under consideration, because that's what our vision is supposed to be. I don't want us to just get to the point where we're just approving something because it's more houses, more rooftops, more money. That shouldn't be the issue. The issue should be, what does Rockdale want to look like in 20 years? And I don't necessarily think that a whole row of trucks and gas stations is what we want Rockdale to look like in 20 years. And that's just my opinion.
Sorry.
It's time for us to then take a motion.
Woo.
Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve REZ 2024-14 to rezone 7.66 acres from R1 to M1 Limited Industrial District for the proposed use of trucking business operation.
And that's with approval
With the 10 conditions. Yes.
All right, we've got a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor of approval with 10 conditions for REZ 2024-14 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
So what's that count? Give me the nays.
So that was 3, 4, and 3 against, so the motion dies.
Do we have 4 nays?
No, we have 3 yays and 3 nays, so the motion dies. So you have 2 more chances. So we have Mr. Harrison Miss Angela voted yay, and so did Dr. Hatcher. The nays were Ms. White, Mr. Ford, and Mr. Gooseby. So that's a 3-3. So automatically that's a die. That motion dies. So you have to redo it again. Please know that you have 2 more chances to get a unanimous recommendation. If not, then it automatically is a no recommendation, and that'll go before the Board of Commissions.
Yeah, but no Board of Commissions fill up the rest of this commission.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
When is the BOC going to fill us up the rest of the way? We have 1 more opening.
Yeah.
And when's that going to happen?
That's August 13th is for that vote.
Pardon?
August 13th.
And have they selected somebody?
I will find out for you as soon as possible. Last time I heard they were considering applications.
Okay. All right. It fails.
He said that we can do another motion.
Again, you have 2 more chances to get a vote. So, or you can do a no recommendation if you believe that you're not going to get a unanimous.
Well, we got a no recommendation based upon the note.
Well, I would say, no, it just died. So you don't have an official recommendation. You get 2 more chances to do another recommendation. That's
all
what I'm
right.
saying.
Do I hear another motion?
All right, Mr. Chair. In light of the direction that was given from the staff that we need to make sure that our personal feelings are not involved, and to make sure that we make decisions on the recommendation as far as what this area looks like. So with that being said, I'd like to make a recommendation, a motion that we approve REZ 2024-14 to rezone 7.66 acres from R1 to M1 Limited Industrial District for the proposed use of trucking business operation with the 10 conditions.
We've got a motion to approve with 10 conditions. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor of approval with 10, signify by saying aye. Aye. That's how many? 3 ayes? That's the same vote we had last time, correct? Okay.
So just finish it up real quick. Again, it's just a technicality. So if those who are not in favor, please signify by saying nay.
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 All right, so we did have that one. I suggest that we do it again to have an official no recommendation.
Okay.
Looking for a motion to approve or
I am
deny.
going, I'm just going by the county code.
Okay. Looking for a motion to approve or deny. Do I hear a motion?
Okay, I'll do this again. In light of the information that was given from the staff, to put our personal issues aside and to take a look at what the requirements are and what the recommendation is from the staff and from the proposed plans that Rockdale County has put in place for the widening of the road of Covington Highway. And we are already there in an industrial area. And then I like to say also with this motion, what would be put there if a trucking company is not there? Will there be another house put there? I don't think so. So with that motion, I would like to approve REZ 2024-12, REZ 2024-14 to rezone 1.66 acres from R1 to M1 Limited Industrial District for the proposed use of trucking business operation.
We've got a motion to approve with conditions. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The county does not have anything to report. However, again, just kind of make a brief discussion regarding the overall impact of data centers in this area. So again, if this planning commission would like for the planning staff to be able to make a note of that at the BOC, we are willing to make that note because of that recent conversation regarding the data center. So would you like for us to make a note to inform the BOC of what of this board's concern, or would just make a minor note of it in my presentation?
Let them know how we are.
Yes, sir. With that, we have nothing else to report.
All right. Nothing from the city. The next scheduled meeting is September 12th, 2024. Take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.